unique skills, like the Holy Sword technique, and the ability to use all kinds of magic. We then meet Mukata, and when he gets appraised, he has a strange online grocery skill. Mukata is shocked hearing this, thinking his skill is useless, and wonders if he has anything else, but gets told that that is his only unique skill. He becomes devastated, and wonders why all the others got such overpowered skills. Despite this, he gets told that he will still need to have an audience with the king. The heroes have an audience with the king, and he explains that their kingdom has been getting attacked by the Demon King. He asks for their help, and the three heroes quickly offer themselves to help. Mukata, on the other hand, decides he isn't cut out for being a hero, thinking he would only get in the way, and says he just wants to have a simple life. He ends up getting out, and they even send him off with 20 gold coins. In the town, he starts attracting people's attention with his strange attire, so he quickly buys a change of clothes. He goes around, trying to learn about this world, and ends up getting a room at the inn. He is relieved he decided not to be a hero, finding the king suspicious with how luxurious they seemed, and decides he should leave the kingdom as soon as he can. Mukata checks out his stats, and sees he has an item storage skill, and an appraisal skill. He tries calling out for his online grocery skill, but nothing happens. He wonders how his skill works, and he ends up tapping on it, which brings up a page for his online shop. Mukata tries using it, ordering some water and some food. He tries to check out, but it asks for money, and he finds he can deposit his coins into the screen. After confirming his order, a package instantly appears, containing his items, and Mukata is happy that his skill is actually useful. He ends up learning that a gold coin is worth about $100, and the 20 gold he was given would be enough for a family to live for 3 months. The next day, Mukata finds a ride to get out of the kingdom. Along the way, he meets a merchant, and after talking with him, he finds out his item storage skill is actually super rare, with only 1 in 1,000 people having access to the skill. Hearing this, Mukata goes on to ask about the appraisal skill, and the man reveals that that is even rarer, because only heroes summoned from another world can possess the skill. Mukata gets nervous hearing this, and tries not to be suspicious. The man asks him where he is headed, and Mukata tells him he is trying to get to the next kingdom. The man tells him getting out is a smart decision, because the kingdom is headed for destruction, and there are rumors that the borders are about to close. Mukata is shocked to hear this, and in the end, their carriage ends up getting suspended. At the local tavern, Mukata learns that the carriage services were stopped so people can't run away to the neighboring countries. Because if people run away, the kingdom's army would decrease in size. So the men suggest that they should get out while they still can. Mukata wonders how to get out, worrying about the monsters he might encounter. He ends up heading to the Adventurers Guild, and puts in a request for an escort to get out of the kingdom. The clerk tells him that since he is on foot, it would take a number of days, so the cost would be 8 gold. Mukata is alarmed at the price, but seeing he has no other options, he agrees to the price. The clerk calls over an adventurer, and we meet Werner, a C-ranked adventurer. They negotiate the mission, and Mukata offers to provide them with food during their journey, and they come to an agreement. They prepare to set off the next day, and Werner introduces the rest of his party. There's Vincent the swordsman, Rita the scout, Ramon the mage, and Fanka the healer. They head on their way, and soon stop for a break. Mukata goes to prepare some food, pulling a stove out of his storage. Vincent is surprised to see the storage skill, and Rita is impressed at his magic stove. We see in a flashback, at a store, the shopkeeper tries to sell him a magic stove for 50 gold, but instead, he was able to find a cheap portable stove from his online shop. He ends up making some soup and sandwiches, and when the party tries it, they are amazed. Ramon finds the soup to be delicious, but it was actually just some instant soup. They find the bread is super soft, calling it the best bread they have ever tasted, and are glad they took this mission. The group continues on their way, but get attacked by some monsters. Werner and Vincent are able to swiftly take them out, but Mukata is startled at the scene. As they get healed up, Rita reports that there is a red boar ahead. They discuss how to deal with it, but it suddenly appears, and Mukata is shocked at its size. Werner tells him to get cover, and they proceed to battle against the boar. The boar is defeated, and Mukata is impressed at their strength. They end up skinning the boar for its skin and horns, but there is too much meat for them to carry, so Mokata suggests putting the meat in his storage. They decide to stop for dinner, and the group is looking forward to eating his food. They crowd around him to watch, but Mokata gets worried, saying he gets embarrassed, but in reality, he doesn't want to reveal his special skill. He gets to cooking, combining bacon, cabbage, potatoes, and even adding sausages to create a delicious stew. He hands out the bowls to everyone, and as they eat, Mokata wonders if it's not to their taste, but they are soon stuffing themselves, and they all ask for seconds. Mokata is surprised they like it that much, and Ramon reveals that they normally eat jerky and hard breads when they are traveling. Rita even feels her body in better shape thanks to the meal. Mokata finds this a bit strange, and decides to use his appraisal skill. He is shocked to see Rita has boosted stats, and when he appraises the food, he sees that it grants a buff. Mokata starts to get worried, thinking if someone were to find out, he could be in danger, so he is determined to keep it a secret, but there is a beast that watches them from the bushes. The party continues on their journey. A few days away from the next kingdom, they set up camp in a forest, and Mokata decides to cook some of the boar meat for their dinner. He starts preparing the meat, slicing it up into pieces, and he uses a special sauce from his shop to flavor it. As he starts cooking it, the others are amazed at the smell, and it even attracts the attention of the beast. When Mokata is finished, the others stare in awe. As they try it, they are immediately blown away, having never tasted something like this before. They all praise Mokata, but he just thanks his secret sauce. As Mokata discusses his cooking method, their faces suddenly turn to fear, and the beast has emerged from behind him. They are shocked to see a Fenrir, and it speaks to them, demanding to have some of the meat. Mokata quickly gives it a plate, and it eats it with a single bite. It demands for more, and Mokata asks it to wait while he makes more. The beast agrees, and Mokata quickly prepares more meat. He has a huge plate, but the beast devours it, and demands more. Mokata keeps cooking, while the beast keeps eating and demanding for more. After cooking again and again, the beast is eventually satisfied. The beast is impressed Mokata managed to satisfy him, and decides to form a familiar contract with him. Mokata thinks it's a bad idea, and tries to refuse, but the beast gives him an intense stare, and he just can't refuse. His friends encourage him, and he reluctantly agrees. The beast's head starts to glow, and the two form the contract. With this, the beast tells Mokata that he is now responsible for taking care of him, expecting 3 meals a day, and Mokata is left shocked at what he has gotten himself into. As part of the contract, the beast tells him to give him a name. Mokata tries to think, coming up with common dog names, but the beast is not impressed. Seeing it is a Fenrir, Mokata suggests Fel, and the beast agrees. As the party continues on, the people avoid them, and Werner worries that they won't be able to get past the border. Rita explains that there is a legend where a Fenrir destroyed a whole country, and Franca says it definitely happened. Mokata starts to worry, but Fel tells him he will destroy anyone that messes with them, but this just makes them more nervous. They have a break for lunch, and as Mokata goes to prepare the food, he realizes he is out of meat. When Fel demands to have meat, Mokata says he eats too much, and tells him to catch his own food. Fel agrees with this, and heads into the forest, leaving the rest of the party amazed that he can already command the beast. Fel soon returns, bringing back a rock bird, and Werner is surprised, saying that it is a B-ranked monster that they normally would struggle to defeat. Its beak and claws are valuable, and Fel lets them have the materials, as long as he gets the meat. Mokata starts preparing their lunch, treating it like chicken. He uses teriyaki sauce for flavor. He serves the party, and Fel wonders about his share. Mokata tells him since he eats so much, he will need to wait until the end, and he patiently waits his turn. Mokata makes a huge portion for Fel, and he happily eats it all. After that, the party makes it to the border of the kingdom of Venan. The guards are on high alert, and Werner says they are preparing for Fel. He tells them to wait, while he heads down to explain the situation. Mokata wonders if it's going to be okay, and they soon end up completely surrounded. The commander worries about letting in a beast that can destroy a country, but Mokata tells Fel not to cause any trouble, and Fel says he will only destroy those that harm them. The soldiers are amazed it can talk, and the commander ends up agreeing to let them in, As they enter, the party show their guild cards, but Mokata doesn't have one, so he is forced to pay to get in. They finally get in, and Werner warns Mokata that people will be after him when they hear he has a legendary familiar. Mokata despairs, thinking he had gotten away from the politics, but says he won't be staying for too long, planning to continue traveling and making money using his unique shop skill. Werner suggests it would be helpful to join a guild, and Mokata considers the Merchant Guild. However, Vincent points out that the Adventurers Guild would be able to help with skinning and buying the materials from the beasts that Fell hunts, so Mokata struggles to decide. But Franca says that although it's not common, it's possible to just register for both guilds. The party heads into the town, and Mokata is hit with another fee. There is a servant that instantly greets him, inviting him to meet the Count as a legendary beast tamer. Mokata doesn't want to go and tries to turn him down, but the man is insistent that he comes with him. However, when Fell approaches, he threatens the man, who runs off terrified. Werner worries about making an enemy, but Fell says he can handle anything they throw at them. Vincent suggests they would need a dragon to go up against Fell. Mokata is shocked to learn there are dragons, and Fell agrees that a dragon would be the only thing that could match him, saying he once fought against one 400 years ago. Werner gets Mokata to sign off on their job, and Mokata is surprised he can understand the language, thinking it must be a skill that heroes are summoned with. The group thanks him for all the delicious food, and the party goes their separate ways. Mokata heads over to the Merchant Guild, and the people around try to avoid him. As he enters, everyone turns their attention to him, nervous at the sight of Fell. Mokata requests to join the guild, and the clerk explains that there are 5 levels of merchants, which determines the level of fees and taxes. She offers him the iron rank and hands him his guild card. Later, Mokata finds that beasts aren't allowed to stay at the inn, but Fell is more interested in what's for dinner. Mokata starts preparing the meat, but suddenly gets a craving for rice, so he picks up another stove from his shop. As he cooks, Fell watches eagerly. He finishes it off with a sauce, and Fell devours it, finding it to be delicious. Mokata gives him another steak, but Fell notices a change in the flavor. Mokata reveals he has different sauces, and Fell is amazed that the same meat can taste completely different. But in the end, Fell really likes the garlic flavor. Mokata cooks for himself, making a delicious beef bowl, and he blows himself away. As Mokata goes to rest for the night, he quickly prepares the goods he plans on selling. The next day, Mokata heads back to the Merchant Guild, wanting to sell some of his goods. When the clerk checks out what he has, she is shocked and runs off. Mokata wonders if there is a problem, but she ends up inviting him inside. He meets with the guild master, who examines his goods. The guild master tells him that the quality of his salt and pepper is exceptional, even fit for a king. He wonders how Mokata came across such product, and it turns out he just bought it from his shop. But Mokata says he came across it during his travels, and the guild master respects his privacy. The guild master offers to buy everything for 14 gold, shocking Mokata because it only cost him 5 copper each. As he considers the exchange rate, the guild master thinks he is reluctant and ends up offering even more money, upping his offer all the way to 17 gold, and Mokata accepts the deal. He can't believe how easy it is to make money, and now he won't need to worry about making money for a while. He heads over to the Adventurers Guild next, and the atmosphere is completely different. He tells the clerk he wants to join, but she is disinterested, and just hands him a form. After he fills it out, she throws him his card, saying he starts at G rank, and he wonders if he could have an explanation about the guild. The girl sighs, and explains that adventurers are ranked from G to S rank. He is able to take missions up to 1 level higher than his rank, and the guild takes no responsibility for any injuries or death. Mokata checks out the job board, and finds an easy herb gathering mission to start with. The next day, Mokata starts getting ready, preparing to set off on his mission, but Fell glares at him, demanding that it's time for breakfast. The two make it to the fields, but Fell says he is still hungry. There wasn't enough ingredients, so Mokata tells him he should go hunting again. Fell agrees, but worries about Mokata's safety if he is not around, saying he can feel that there are monsters around. Fell tells him not to worry, casting a protective barrier on him. He dashes off, telling Mokata to have lunch prepared for him. Mukata starts his quest, searching for his herbs, but it's an easy task for him because he can use his appraisal skill on the field to easily find the right herbs. He is able to easily complete the mission and even wonders if he will get a bigger reward for collecting more than the requested amount. With his mission complete, he decides to start making lunch. Since he is out of meat, he decides to make a cheap meal he can buy from his shop, which turns out to be spaghetti. As he is preparing the meal, Fel returns with a rock bird, saying he enjoyed the teriyaki from the other day. He says he hunted other monsters as well, but couldn't bring them all at once, but Mukata tells him they can pick it up later. Mukata finishes off preparing the spaghetti, but remembers the final ingredient, picking up some Parmesan cheese. Fel finds the spaghetti to be strange, but Mukata explains it is food from his own world. When Fel tries it, he is pleasantly surprised, enjoying it even though there isn't as much meat. Mukata tells him to try out the cheese powder, and Fel is amazed at the richer flavor. Fel ends up making a mess, getting the sauce all over himself, as Mukata laughs at the sight. Mukata is suddenly shocked when he sees the mountain of monsters that Fel hunted. There are all kinds of monsters, and Mukata starts stuffing them into his storage. He wonders if everything is edible when he recognizes an orc, but Fel tells him that orcs are considered delicacies, essentially just treating them as walking pigs. With all the monsters stored up, it's time to head back to the town. Mukata heads to the Adventurers Guild and hands in the herbs. The girl is surprised he has so many, saying he must have gotten lucky, and pays him 9 silver for the herbs. Mukata then asks about selling monsters, surprising the girl, but he points over to Fel, and the girl is stunned to see him. She quickly regains her composure and points him over to the guild butcher. Mukata pulls out an orc, and the man worries about space, so they head out to the back. The butcher tells Mukata he has heard about him from the rumors around town. Mukata pulls out the mountain of monsters, shocking the man with the amount, and that there are also some A-ranked monsters. Mukata asks him to skin all the monsters, saying he will sell all the materials except for the meat. With so many monsters, the butcher tells him to come back the next day. Mukata asks him to skin one of the monsters so they can have something for dinner, so the man prepares one of the orcs for him. Mukata starts preparing dinner, and we learn his storage skill can keep his food from spoiling. He cuts up the orc meat, coating it with flour, and fries it up. He finishes it off with some leftover sauce from that lunch. Fel devours the food, saying that orc meat is much more tender than regular boar meat. Mukata is turned off by the image of the orc, but when he tastes it, he is pleasantly surprised, learning not to judge things before trying them out. The next morning, Mukata heads back to the butcher's. There is a mountain of meat, and the man hands him his gold for all the materials. He is paid 202 gold, and Mukata is shocked at the amount of money. The man tells him he can't be so clueless, teaching him about the value of certain materials, like orc testicles, which are good for strength, and boar tusks that can be used for crafting. The man also hands him some demonic stones that contain magic powers and are dropped from the A-ranked monsters. The man tells him that people around town have been talking about him, debating about whether Fel is really a Fenrir or just a great wolf. As Mukata walks through town, he can hear the people debating. He thinks it's time that they left, and tells Fel they shouldn't stay in the same place for too long. Fel says he doesn't mind, but says he is hungry again after seeing the mountain of meat. The two make their way out of the town and find a place to set up camp. As Mukata goes to prepare dinner, he decides to treat Fel to a feast since he made him so much money. He pulls up his shop, showing Fel all the meats from his world, and he suddenly thinks it's raining, but it's really just Fel drooling over seeing the options. Mukata orders a bunch of food and creates a platter of mixed meat from his world. Fel is amazed by the different textures and flavors, having never eaten such foods before. Mukata follows up with the main dish, cooking up some Japanese black wagyu, but Fel is disappointed by its small size. However, when he tastes it, he is instantly blown away, and Mukata tells him it's from a cow that was specially raised. After their feast, Fel is energized, saying he could even beat up a dragon. Mukata gets worried hearing this, and uses his appraisal skill on him. He is shocked to see that Fel has a massive boost to all of his stats. With all his energy, Fel decides to go hunting, But Mokata worries about being left alone. Fel casts his barrier on him, and telling him it would be enough to even stop a dragon's breath. Fel runs off, and Mokata is left behind. And trusting in Fel's barrier, he just prepares his bed and goes to sleep. Fel goes on a rampage through the forest, taking out a rock bird with a single slash, using lightning magic to destroy a giant deer. There's a chimera beast that appears, but Fel unleashes a devastating lightning attack against it, causing a huge explosion. In the morning, Mokata can't believe himself when he finds 3 mountains of monsters all around him. Fel agrees that he might have gone a little overboard, but he boasts about taking the chimera with a single attack, when he normally would have had trouble against it. Seeing the effects of the black wagyu, Mokata has no choice but to ban it from his menu. As they have a break for lunch, Mokata wonders if Fel uses magic when hunting monsters. Fel reveals he is particularly good with wind magic, having been blessed by the wind goddess. Mokata is amazed to see magic for the first time, and wonders if it's possible for him to use magic as well. Fel tells him it should be possible if he has magic power, so he checks his stats, and finds that he should be able to use magic. He asks Fel for instruction, but Fel just tells him that he needs to just think about it. Mokata thinks this means imagining it, and tries using a fireball, but nothing happens and he becomes embarrassed. Fel shows him how mana flows within his body, and after a while, he manages to shoot a fireball, although it's super weak. Fel comments on his training method, suggesting he should get experience from fighting monsters. Mokata is worried about getting hurt, but Fel gets annoyed and carries him off. They end up finding some goblins, but there is a whole village of them. Mokata worries there are too many, but seeing that he is a coward, Fel howls and draws the attention of all the goblins. They start getting chased, and Fel tells him he now has no choice but to fight. He leaves to find the goblin boss, and Mokata is left alone. Mokata attacks using his fireball, but as he tries to run, he trips over. As a goblin jumps at him, he is actually protected by Fel's barrier. He keeps throwing his fireballs, and eventually throws one that is quite powerful. He collapses after using all his mana, but Fel reappears to finish things up. When he wakes up, he has trauma from the experience, but Fel says he should thank him for helping him use magic, and even sense that he has leveled up. When Mokata checks, he finds he has even gained the fire magic skill. As a congratulations, Fel has brought the Goblin King. Although it's not edible, he brought it back because it contains a magic stone. Seeing as magic stones can be traded for a lot of money, Fel thinks he should be rewarded with another feast, especially wanting the wagyu steak again, but Mokata refuses the request. Mokata is dizzy from the lack of mana, so he decides to just buy some food instead of cooking. It's an assortment of sweet breads, but Fel wants to have meat instead. Mokata insists that he is too exhausted, so Fel settles for the bread. Despite not being meat, he finds it to be good, and even asks for more. Mokata tells him if he eats too many sweets, he could get cavities or diabetes. But Fel tells him that is impossible, since he is blessed by the wind goddess. He is immune to any sickness and other ailments. Fel gloats about being blessed, and Mokata thinks it's not fair since he is already so strong. Mokata begs to be blessed as well, and we see that the goddess seems to be watching. There is a commotion at the next town when Mokata approaches with Fel. He quickly shows off his guild card, saying that Fel is his great wolf familiar. When Fel tries to correct them, Mokata goes along with calling him a great wolf so they attract less attention. Fel suddenly talks telepathically to him, annoyed at being called a great wolf. The guard warns him that he will be held responsible for problems that Fel causes. When they get inside the town, Mokata suggests they need to find a map, so they can know where they are going. Mokata visits a tavern. There are a bunch of rowdy adventurers, and Mokata approaches a group to ask questions. He orders a round of drinks for the table, and they happily talk to him. They tell him about the different kingdoms, and when he mentions that he doesn't have a map, the men reveal that they have a map that was passed down by an older adventurer. They show it to him, and say that since they have already memorized it, they offer to sell it to him for 1 gold. Mokata agrees to buying it, and they part ways. After the men have left, the other adventurers laugh at him, revealing that he got scammed, because the map is just a common item that can be bought for 1 silver at the guild. Fel comforts him, saying they will make more money, and Mokata decides to head east, to the country next to the sea. but Fel is more interested in the seafood they'll get to eat. Meanwhile, the wind goddess Ninri watches over Fel, and she is curious about Makata, who managed to form a contract with him. Seeing all the sweets they are eating, she wishes to have a taste of them for herself, but she knows she can't just intervene in the world. However, the thought of it is just too much, and it drives her mad. The pair go flying through the forest until Fel comes to a stop. Fel finds it strange he is covered in injuries, but Makata tells him it's because he dashed so quickly through the forest. He wonders if they've arrived at the sea, but Fel tells him he stopped at a lake because he had a craving for fish. Mukata wonders how they can fish without a rod, but Fel uses his lightning magic on the lake, and all the fish float to the surface. Mukata starts collecting the fish, finding some trout, and he wonders if it is the same as fish from Earth. Fel tells him to collect the pink fish, saying that it makes his tongue tingle. Mukata thinks the color is suspicious, and when he appraises it, it turns out to be a poisonous fish. He throws it back and refuses to cook it, not wanting to mix poison with his cooking, so Fel has no choice but to agree. He starts a fire, and as he buys some other ingredients, Fel keeps pestering him to buy meat, but Mukata keeps turning him down. Mukata starts preparing the fish, thanking a video series he watched about cooking fish. He guts the fish and cleans it thoroughly. After skewering them and adding salt, he puts them on the fire to grill. He ends up cooking up a number of fish dishes, and when they taste the food, they are both blown away. Fel devours the food, and Mukata even cracks open a beer to go with the fish. They end up completely stuffed. Mukata becomes startled when he suddenly runs into a blue slime. Fel tells him not to be scared, since it's very weak. Mukata pokes it, feeling that it is kind of like jelly, and the slime high-fives him. He checks out its stats, and it's super weak, having only been born 3 days ago. It bobs up and down, and Mukata wonders if it's hungry, but he is all out of food. The slime ends up eating a bottle, and Fel says that slimes can even eat rocks. It starts eating other trash, but when it grabs the frying pan, Mukata quickly stops it. But in the end, Mukata is happy that it could eat all his trash, and the slime seems happy to be praised. He starts petting it, and Fel tells him it has become his familiar. Mukata is confused because he didn't make a contract. Fel says that just accepting its feelings was enough, and when he checks his status, it has become his familiar. Fel tells him to name it, and Mukata ends up calling it Sui. A few days later, Mukata starts trying to learn earth magic, but he struggles to shoot even a pebble. Fel suggests that he needs some more hands-on experience, but Mukata is still traumatized from being chased by the goblins, and absolutely refuses. Mukata takes a break, and Sui tries to eat his bottle. Mukata notices that he is getting bigger, and is already level 8. He wonders if eating items from the other world will provide benefits, just like the food does. Fel starts getting hungry again, and Mukata makes an orc meat bowl for him, and even makes a bowl for Sui. Mukata enjoys a bowl for himself, but Fel quickly demands for seconds, and even Sui asks for more. After their dinner, Sui helps to clean the dishes, dissolving only the food scraps, and Mukata is thankful for his help. He decides to have dessert, to go with Sui's first meal, and he serves them some dorayaki, which is a pastry with a sweet red bean filling. Sui seems to really enjoy it, and Mukata is glad. In the morning, Fel gets a message from the goddess, and when Mukata wakes up, he shares the message that he received. He tells him that the wind goddess Ninri is willing to bless him, but there are a few conditions. He tells him that he would need to pray and offer sweets from the other world once a week. Fel goes on to tell him that it would be impossible to give him a full blessing, so he would only get a minor blessing, but it would still be enough to make him immune to all status ailments and even boost his magic. Mukata thinks it's a great deal and instantly decides to accept it. He wonders how he can pray and make his offerings, but Fel tells him he can use anything as an altar, even a rock on the ground, as long as his feelings are conveyed. For the first offering, Fel tells him that she wants the dorayaki, as well as some cream and melon breads. Mukata can't believe she is demanding specific items, but ends up preparing them and offering them to the goddess. The items vanish, and he receives the blessing. Meanwhile, Ninri gets hold of the sweets, and she can't believe just how soft and sweet it tastes. She quickly devours it, and becomes sad when it's finished. She tries some coffee that Mukata sent, and she finds its bitterness pairs perfectly with the sweets. She reaches for the other sweets, but thinks she should savor them, but in the end she can't control herself and just devours them both. Back with Makata's training, he is able to shoot a larger stone with much more speed and force, thanks to his blessing. Sui has also leveled up to level 13, and Makata wonders if it will be able to evolve eventually. He keeps practicing, but gets tired when he runs out of mana. He has some chocolate to help him recover, and he even gives some to Sui. He waits for Fel, who seemed to have gone to investigate something, but when he returns, he notices that they were eating without him. Mukata shows him the chocolate he ate to recover, and Fel suddenly claims to be tired from running. Mukata doesn't buy it, but Fel tells him he is tired from carrying him every day, so Mukata has to order some more for him. As he eats it, Mukata gets a message from Ninri. She calls it a divine message, but she just wants some chocolate as well. Mukata mentions how it hasn't been a week since his last offering, but Ninri insists on it. Mukata reluctantly sends her the chocolate, and Fel suddenly decides it's time to go. Mukata asks if they are in a rush, and Fel has a suspicious look on his face, and they end up at the entrance to a dungeon. Mukata is confused why they are there, but Fel tells him that they are there to get experience. Just like when he learned fire magic, he had to fight against goblins. Mukata tries to sneak away, but Fel pulls him back. Looking at the dungeon, Mukata is terrified, wanting to leave. Fel tells him he has already explored the dungeon, and there are only weak monsters inside. But Mukata doesn't believe him. Fel insists on this method, because Mukata's own training hasn't produced much results. He tells him not to worry since he will protect him with his barrier, but tells him that one day he may not be there, so he will need to be able to defend himself. Mukata ends up agreeing, but decides that he needs to prepare before they go in. He prepares a feast of all kinds of food from his shop. Fel is curious what he is doing, and Mukata reveals that food from the other world gives temporary buffs, reminding Fel of how he felt stronger after eating the Wagyu steak. Since he doesn't know which foods boost which stats, he prepares to eat a bit of everything, and then give the leftovers to him and Sui. He starts eating, having a bit of each of the dishes, and Fel can sense that his stats are increasing. He gives Sui some of the food, and he eats the entire plate. Fel wonders if the trash that Sui eats also gives a buff, but Mukata reveals that the trash actually helps Sui level up. Mukata finishes off with some dessert, and he ends up completely stuffed. When he checks his stats, he can see that all his stats have increased by around 20%, and Sui and Fel's stats have also increased around the same amount. Fel suggests they are ready to go, but Mukata is still a little worried. They start to enter, but Mukata makes sure to remind Fel to cast his barrier. They walk slowly, and Fel starts pushing him along. Fel ends up shoving him, and he comes across a slime. He feels bad about attacking a slime, but Sui spits out acid and takes it out. Fel praises his attack, and thinks that Sui could even be unique. More slimes approach, and Mukata uses his stone bullet spell, and Sui takes out the other one. Fel warns him about horned rabbits coming up next, and they soon charge at him, and he panics and swings his sword wildly. As they head deeper, Mukata wonders why they are getting attacked, because normally monsters are too afraid to even approach Fel, but Fel tells him that dungeons are different and the monsters inside will attack regardless. They come across kobolds on the next level. Mukata uses his stone bullet and manages to take both of the kobolds out. Mukata gets proud of himself, but Fel says he still has more to learn, and Mukata gets hyped up to get even stronger. They head to the final floor of the dungeon, and Fel mentions there should be about 10 kobolds. But Mukata is shocked to see that there are quite a few more. He wants to give up, but Fel drags him back. Fel tells him that together with Sui, he can take them out. Mukata doesn't believe him, but Sui is pumped. Fel ends up kicking him off, and all the kobolds turn toward him. Mukata is terrified, and the kobolds charge at him, but he is protected by Fel's barrier. Sui attacks using his acid, and Mukata starts attacking with his earth magic. He takes some of them out, but more charge at him, and he starts shooting stones from both hands. Together with Sui, they manage to take out most of the kobolds. The remaining kobolds run, but they get blown away as the Kobold King appears. Mukata is terrified, barely dodging its attack. He runs and shoots his stone bullets, but they seem to just bounce off the king. He rapid fires with both hands, but it has little effect on the beast. Fel mentions that his barrier might not be enough to block the attacks, so he encourages Mukata not to get hit. As the Cobalt King prepares its attack, Mukata casts an impressive stone blast that lands on the beast's head. Although injured, the beast gets back up. As Mukata tries to attack, he runs out of mana. The beast swings at him, but his barrier activates. Fel reveals that he lied, saying his barrier would never break to such a weak attack. As the beast struggles with the barrier, Sui comes to the rescue, attacking with his acid and taking out the Cobalt King. The beast is reduced to a pile of goop, and Sui starts to glow, but Mukata ends up passing out. Fel carries him out of the dungeon, and Sui worries about him. Fel notices that Sui can suddenly speak. Sui can't wait to talk with Mukata, and wonders when he will wake up. Fel says they can talk while they wait, and Sui happily calls him Uncle Fel. Fel is annoyed at being called an uncle, but Sui mentions how he is big and strong, and is always taking care of them, so he sees him as an uncle. Fel is proud for a moment, but snaps out of it, and refuses to be called an uncle. He leaves to get a snack, but quickly returns to remind Sui to stay in his barrier, and Sui insists that he is Uncle Fel. When Mukata wakes up, he panics, but soon realizes that he is outside. Sui comforts him, and starts talking to him, and Mukata is shocked to hear him talking. Sui explains that after they beat the king, he started being able to talk. He calls him Master, and Mukata finds him to be even more adorable. He checks on Sui's stats, and sees that he has leveled up, and even gained the Acid Bullet skill. He checks his own stats, and finds that he gained 4 levels, and now has the Earth Magic skill. Fel returns, and Mukata wonders where he went. Fel mentions how he was passed out for a while, and he got hungry, so he went to find some food, but says that he prefers his cooking, so he asks for some food as a reward for helping Mukata learn Earth Magic. Mukata is annoyed that he lied about his barrier breaking, but Fel reasons that it was just to help him. Mukata gives in, and decides to make some food. He prepares some eggs, and some leftover rockbird, combining them together to create a delicious dish. Fel instantly devours it, amazed at the use of eggs, and Sui finds it delicious as well. After their meal, Mukata wonders if Fel has talked with Sui, and Sui mentions how he talked a lot with Uncle Fel when he was asleep. Mukata laughs at Fel being called an uncle, and Fel gets mad, reminding Sui not to call him uncle. Mukata keeps making fun of Fel, saying compared to Sui, who is only 2 weeks old, he is definitely an uncle. Sui insists on calling him uncle, but Fel yells at him, and Sui begins to cry. Mukata calls him mean, and Fel has no choice but to let Sui continue to call him Uncle Fel. As they travel, Fel mentions that they are going to be passing through Orthros and Griffin territory. Humans would normally go around to avoid these areas, but Fel insists on going straight through. Mukata is shocked to learn this, and gets worried about getting attacked. He wonders why they are going straight through, but Fel says they are no threat to him. Mukata tries to get him to turn around, but Fel tells him they are already in the Orthros territory. Mukata hears the beasts in the forest, and they are soon approached by a pack of Orthros, which appear to be twin-headed wolves. Fel uses his intimidation, causing the Orthros to back away, but there is still one that wants to fight. Fel sees that it's younger and more foolish, so he tells Mukata to stand back with Sui. Mukata hides in a bush, and Fel tries to warn the beast, but it lunges at him, and Fel uses a skill, completely destroying the beast with a single slash. The other Orthros become terrified and run away. Mukata wonders about the attack that Fel used, and Fel explains that it's a skill he invented 600 years ago. As he talks about it, Mukata sees how smug he looks, and Sui wonders if he could also learn the skill. Mukata says it's unlikely since he doesn't have claws, but compliments his acid bullet skill. He praises Sui, and Fel is left feeling jealous. As they set up camp, Mukata is still on edge, but Fel tells him not to worry, because the Orthros should have learned their lesson. Fel is more interested in what's for dinner, but Mukata still worries, and wonders if he has set up his barrier correctly. Sui calls out, saying he is hungry, and Mukata rushes to him, saying he will cook something nice for him, and Fel notices just how different Mukata is treating the two of them. As Mukata is about to cook, he asks Fel how long it will take for them to get through the forest. Fel tells him that they are halfway through, and Mukata is shocked that they have another 3 weeks to go. Thinking that they may run out of meat, Mukata decides to cook some black serpent. He has heard that it tastes just like chicken, so he decided to prepare it in the same way. He orders his ingredients and takes the meat off the bones. He finds the meat lean, like chicken breast, so he cuts it up, marinating it in sugar and sake. He makes a chili sauce out of his special ingredients and then fries it up all together to create his dish. Mukata is hesitant to try it, so he imagines it as chicken. As he eats it, he finds it to be delicious, and Fel demands to have some as well, snatching the dish out of his hands. Fel finds it to be amazing and immediately demands for more. As they travel through the forest, Fel suddenly comes to a stop. He sees some glowing mushrooms and says that they have the power to heal the body. They are usually quite rare, so Mukata decides to stock up on some. Sui eats the mushrooms, while Mukata continues to harvest them. Mukata ends up with a bunch, and Sui suddenly starts glowing. Mukata wonders if he is okay, and the glowing stops. Mukata uses his appraisal skill just to be sure, and finds that Sui has gained the skill to create healing potions. Fel suggests that skill is from eating all the mushrooms, remembering a time when he saw a slime turn to metal after eating only metal. Mukata is overjoyed to learn this, and he praises Sui. He asks him to try out his new skill, and Sui gives it a go. He eventually creates the healing potion from his hand, and Mukata quickly grabs a bottle and bottles it up. Mukata appraises the potion, and it's considered high quality. Mukata wonders what this means, and it turns out Sui can create 3 levels of potions that can be used to heal different amounts. Fel says he has been around a long time, but has never seen a slime that can produce healing potions, so he thinks that Sui must be unique. Sui jumps onto him, and he continues to praise him. They continue traveling until they eventually enter the Griffin territory. A griffin lands, and Mukata is terrified, but the griffin shows respect and is able to speak. It asks Fel for a favor, saying he wants to fight Fel so he can be accepted as the leader of his group. Fel agrees, but says he won't be going easy. Mukata takes cover, but communicates to Fel not to kill him. Their fight begins as Fel charges at the griffin. Fel lands a kick, and the griffin shoots his feathers down. The area is filled with dust, and the griffin launches an attack. But Fel uses his wind magic, creating an enormous tornado, which cuts up the bird. Mukata tells him he has done enough, and Fel ends his magic. Mukata rushes over, and the griffin is heavily injured. Mukata calls for Sui, and drenches the bird with the healing potion. The griffin is saved, but it feels bad about losing. But Mukata tells him to look closer, and it seems he was able to do some damage to Fel, and Fel reluctantly admits to this. The griffin lets out a cry, and the rest of his flock joins him. He is accepted as the leader, and as thanks, he gives Mukata one of his feathers, saying they won't eat his descendants. The griffins leave, and they set up for another night. Fel demands lots of meat after using his energy in the fight, but Mukata mentions how he gets plenty every day. Mukata decides to cook up the rest of their meat, and he fries up some orc meat. Fel and Sui happily devour the food, but Mukata is hesitant, remembering what the orcs looked like, but in the end, it's just pork, and they all happily eat. After their meal, Fel wonders if he has been making his offerings to Ninri, but Mukata seems to have forgotten. Fel reprimands him, and we see Ninri waiting. Mukata finally prays, and Ninri yells at him for being late. Mukata says he has been busy, but Ninri says she has been watching, and knows that he just forgot. She continues to reprimand him, but Mukata begs for forgiveness, offering up a large range of Western desserts. Ninri's mood instantly changes, drooling over the desserts. She is blown away by the cake, and demands Mukata to send her the same amount next time. The group finally makes it through the forest, and they approach the kingdom of Leonhardt. He mentions they need to get to the guild because they are out of meat, and Fel immediately worries. He starts searching for the road, and they come across a caravan in the distance. Fel mentions they are being attacked by bandits, and Mukata tells him to save them, offering up a special dinner. Fel dashes off, excited about the offer, and we see that at the caravan, the people are struggling against the bandits. Fel arrives, letting off a deafening roar that causes everyone to freeze. He tells the bandits to give up or else, and they all throw down their weapons. They are all captured, and we meet Lambert, the owner of the caravan, and Lars, the leader of the adventurer group. They thank him for his help, and they are surprised to meet the person that all the rumors have been talking about. Mukata wonders where they are headed, and Lambert says they are headed to the city of Carolina. Mukata reveals they are new to the area, so he asks to tag along with them. Lambert feels safer having him around, and welcomes them to join him. As Mukata joins the escort, he hears the guards debating if Fel is a Fenrir or a great wolf. Mukata is shocked to see that the rumors about him have spread so far, but he learns that the guilds have been sending letters about him, using magical teleportation tools. Everyone seems focused on Fel, but Mukata worries about leaking his identity as a summoned hero with his item storage and shop skills. He realizes that nobles seem to have the most interest in Fel, and he hopes that no one will try anything in this new kingdom. The caravan stops for the night, and Fel reminds Mukata that he promised him a special dinner for saving the caravan. While the guards settle for eating jerky, Mukata finds a private area. Fel demands lots of meat, but Mukata seems bored of his request. However, when Sui says he wants some meat, Mukata happily agrees. He is all out of steaks, so he decides to combine all the meat that he has left. Since he promised a special dinner, Mukata goes all out with his seasoning. He marinates his meat with his sauces, then adds flour and shakes it to create a coating. He fries it all up, and creates a delicious fried chicken dish. Sui finds it amazing there are 2 different flavors, and Fel also seems to enjoy it. As Mukata cooks up the rest of the meat, the smell travels over to the rest of the caravan. They are all drawn by the smell, and they approach to check it out. They wonder what he is eating, and Mukata offers to let them try some. The men instantly find it to be delicious, saying it's the best food they've ever had. Mukata keeps cooking and serving the food, and by the end, Mukata is exhausted. The guards all thank him for the food, but in the end, he didn't get to have any food himself. The guards tell him to rest while they stand watch at night, but the bandits curse at them. However, Mukata warns them not to try anything funny, or else Fel will tear them apart, and the bandits are terrified. After a peaceful night, they make it to Carolina. Lambert explains that it's the 5th largest city in the kingdom, and his family has been leather merchants in the city for generations. The bandits are handed over to the city knights, and Lars is headed to the guild to submit his report. Mukata decides to also head to the guild, and promises to visit Lambert's shop. At the guild, Mukata finds that his card has been unregistered. He didn't complete the minimum number of quests in the last month, so they ended up deactivating his card. Mukata thinks about everything he went through over the last month, but the clerk tells him that people usually try to take as many missions so they can quickly get to F rank, because the time limit is extended to 3 months. Mukata decides to re-register, and mentions that he has gained a second familiar. He shows off Sui, but the girl is not impressed. He gets laughed at by some adventurers, but he tries not to let it bother him. Mukata heads over to the guild butcher, but he runs into Lars and his group. Mukata says he is just trying to sell some of the beasts that Fel caught, and Lars asks to have a look, wanting to see what Fel has caught. Mukata thinks it's okay, but when he shows his haul, the group is shocked, having never even seen some of the monsters. The butcher gets excited to work with such high-class materials, claiming to be the best at dissecting monsters. He skins the red serpent, mentioning how the meat is something commoners would never get to taste. Mukata and Fel imagine how it will taste, and Lars suddenly wonders what kind of meat they had for dinner the previous night. Mukata says it was a bit of everything, mentioning rockbird, giant deer, and orc meat. The group immediately apologizes to him, not realizing that they had such a high-quality meal. But Mukata says that it's fine, since he has so much. Lars says he is well known in the city, and tells him to call if there is anything he needs. At night, Mukata rests at an inn. He thinks he should try to reach F rank, since he needs to maintain access to the butcher. He's not sure about becoming an adventurer, and he suddenly hears Nenri's voice, telling him he has more important things to do. She says she has been waiting patiently for him, so Mukata checks his shop for some sweets. He picks out a bunch of jellies and pudding, and offers them to Nenri, thanking her for her blessing. As Nenri tries out the pudding, she is amazed by its wobbly nature, but as she enjoys it, it seems as though she has attracted the attention of the other goddesses. The next day, Mukata checks out the job board at the guild. Each of the jobs gives points based on their difficulty, with herb gathering giving 1 point, and goblin hunting giving 3 points. He needs to get to 100 points to move up to the next rank, and Fel thinks they should take the goblin quest to level up faster, but Mokata refuses, because he still has trauma from the last time he fought goblins. Fel wants to get to the ocean as soon as possible, so he can eat all the seafood that he wants. He has been craving seafood ever since the last time they had fish. Fel asks Sui what he thinks, suggesting he could fight against goblins, and Sui gets excited. Mukata tries to convince him to choose the safer option of collecting herbs, but Sui says he can already make his own medicine and would rather just fight. Mukata gives in and picks up the goblin hunting mission. They head into the forest, and their mission is to hunt 3 goblins. They quickly find some goblins, and Sui easily takes them out with his acid bullets. As proof that they killed the goblins, Mukata has to cut off their right ears. Mukata struggles to do this, and Fel thinks it's weird since he should be used to cooking monsters, but Mukata argues that it's not the same. Mukata's rant ends up attracting a whole swarm of goblins. Sui easily takes them out, blasting them with his acid spray. They find the goblin camp, but Mukata says they've already done enough to complete the quest. Sui begs to continue, and Mukata lets his guard down, and Fel drags him along. In the end, they take out all the goblins, and Sui says he had a lot of fun. Fel tells Mukata to collect the ears, but Mukata wants to refuse. Fel drags him along, and after collecting all the ears, Mukata has emotional damage. Mukata gets worried about how they should dispose of all the bodies, not wanting to attract other monsters, or even a dungeon to form. Fel suggests they could burn the bodies, but Mukata worries about starting a forest fire. Mukata ends up asking Sui to melt all the bodies with his acid, and Sui starts to shake, and grows to an enormous size. It seems Sui has gained a new skill to change his size. Sui starts to shake again, and splits up into smaller pieces. There is a whole army of slimes, and they start melting down the pile of goblins. Mukata wonders if Fel has ever seen something like this, but even he is amazed. Sui finishes the job, and Mukata wonders just how much stronger he will become. When Mukata returns to the guild, everyone is shocked at how many goblins they took out. He is called to meet the guild master, and Mukata starts to worry. They are introduced to the guild master Willem, and he confirms that they wiped out the entire goblin settlement. Mukata admits to it, and Willem is impressed by Fel's strength. He reveals the real reason for calling him, mentioning a message he received from the royal palace. It says that they can freely live in the country, however, they wish to rely on him in times of emergency. Mukata celebrates being free from the agendas of the nobles, and Willem says that just having a legendary beast in the country will be enough of a deterrent to the neighboring countries. Hearing that Mukata is looking to level up his guild rank, Willem decides to use his authority as the guild master to raise him to C rank. Mukata is shocked to hear this, and Willem says it would be a problem if Fel's master was too low ranked. In exchange for ranking him up, Willem has some requests for him, but Mukata isn't too keen on doing regular work, so he tries to decline, but Willem mentions that he actually wants Fel's help to take on some A and S ranked missions for him. Fel is confident he can handle any mission, and Willem is happy to hear this, because there are no adventures that can normally take on those jobs. Willem says that he will tell the other adventurers not to mess with them, and Mukata thinks he can trust him, so he makes a special request. He reveals a bunch of high-ranked monsters that he's been keeping. Willem and the butcher are shocked to see the monsters, and the butcher has never even seen a chimera before. Mukata explains he kept them hidden because he didn't want to cause a scene. He wants to sell them to the guild, but Willem says that they don't have the money to even buy the chimera from him. The butcher gets excited to work with a blue ogre, and Mukata wonders what's special about it, but the butcher says it's a unique S-ranked monster. He points out the Orc King, which is also an S-ranked monster, with its ability to control all other orcs. Mukata can't believe all the S-ranked monsters that Fel has hunted, and Sui pops out, saying that he wants to be strong just like Fel, and Mukata starts to get nervous. Willem tells him to come back the next day, when his new card will be ready. Later that night, Mukata wonders what they should have for dinner, and Fel wants meat as usual. Mukata thinks they have been eating too much fried food lately, so he decides to cook something more refreshing. He boils up some rockbird meat, prepares his vegetables, and then starts shredding the meat. Sui joins in to help him out, and he tops it off with a sesame dressing. Fel is not sure about the vegetables, but they end up devouring the meal, and Sui finds the sesame sauce to be especially delicious. Mukata realizes he didn't cook any rice, so he makes himself a sandwich instead. Sui asks to try some, and Fel also asks for seconds. After the meal, Fel rests, but Mukata thinks it is pretty cramped for him, since they are used to sleeping out in the wild. Mukata takes out his futon to make it more comfortable for him, and he instantly falls asleep. The next day, Mukata goes back to the guild, and is surprised to see his new card is silver. He now has a 6-month time limit to complete his missions, so it shouldn't be getting deactivated. Willem goes on to pay Mukata. Calculating the value of all the monsters he sold, the red serpent was worth 200 gold, and the blue ogre was 432 gold. Mukata is shocked at the value of everything. Factoring in the goblin subjugation as well, it comes to a total of over 1900 gold. Mukata is left speechless and starts to worry about people coming after him. Willem reveals the 2 missions that he wants help with. The first is subjugating a group of metal lizards. With their metallic skin, they are practically immune to physical attacks. The second mission is to hunt a herd of bloody horned bulls, which have been causing trouble in a beginner hunting ground. But Fel says they are delicious, thinking of it as beef, and getting excited to eat steak again. As they leave the guild, Mukata thinks they should head off in the morning. Fel wants to go right away, but Mukata says if they did, they would end up arriving at night. But Fel just wants to have steak as soon as possible. Mukata stops by Lambert's store, and he is interested in buying a new bag. Lambert shows him a number of different bags, each made with different materials, but it's going to be for carrying Sui, so he lets Sui pick for himself. Sui picks the one made out of red boar leather, and Mukata goes on to pick out a belt, as well as some new shoes. He considers buying shoes from his shop, but decides it's better not to stand out too much. It comes to a total of 11 gold, but Lambert insists on giving it all to him for free, since Mukata saved his life and served him such a high-quality meal, so Mukata thanks him. Lambert asks about the black serpent that they ate and wonders if Mukata still has the skin, but Mukata says he already sold it to the guild. Lambert gets disappointed and mentions there is shortage of serpent skin. He dreams about getting his hands on some red serpent skin, and Mukata feels bad about selling it all to the guild. Lambert tells him if he gets any more serpent skin, to sell it directly to him, and Mukata agrees. After they leave, Fel feels like eating serpent, since they were talking about it so much. Mukata thinks about how good it tasted, so he decides to cook it again. He starts marinating the meat, and is ready to give Fel all he can eat. He starts frying it up, and when he tastes it, Sui and Fel complain he is eating without them. Fel wants to start eating, but Mukata fries the meat for a second time. As the two start eating, they find it even better than last time, since it's twice as crispy from being fried twice. After their meal, they are completely stuffed. Mukata keeps cooking, and Fel says he can't eat anymore. Mukata says it's for himself, and he plans to put some in storage so he can have some whenever he wants. Mukata enjoys a beer as Fel and Sui head to bed. He reflects on his adventure and feels lucky to have found such companions. Mukata and Fel head to the mountains where the lizards were reported to be. Mukata wonders where they could be, but Fel can detect their presence, finding a cave in the mountain. Mukata wants to wait outside, but Fel charges in. When they get inside, they only find one lizard, and Mukata thinks it's strange because it's glowing. He sees that it's a mithril lizard, and Fel says that it must have evolved after eating a bunch of mithril. He says that magic won't be effective, because mithril has the property to diffuse magic. Mukata thinks they might have trouble, but Fel uses his lightning to instantly defeat the lizard, saying he can use magic that can't be diffused. Mukata pays his respects and starts storing it away. He finds a piece of mithril ore and starts to imagine if he had a mithril weapon. He starts collecting some mithril, and Sui helps him out. He thinks about how it would be good for making armor, since it can diffuse magic, or even using the mithril lizard's skin. Fel suddenly crushes the mithril, saying he doesn't need any armor, because his barrier is far superior. He wants some more action, so he suggests they should carry on with the guild master's second request. Mukata isn't ready, but Fel is eager to eat some steaks, so he drags Mukata off. They arrive at the field where the bloody horned bulls are located. Mukata is worried because they are as big as rhinos and have a bad temper. He decides to wait on the side, and Fel approaches the bulls. Sui gets jealous that Fel is fighting the bulls, so he quickly follows after him. Mukata sneaks up closer to watch, and in an instant, there is a blast of wind, and all the bulls are defeated. Sui excitedly tells Mukata about the fight, and Fel compliments him on how he did. Mukata is surprised at the number of bulls, and starts stuffing them into his storage. Sui decides to help out, splitting up into multiple slimes, and helping him move the bulls. Mukata starts thinking about all the beef dishes he will be making. Back in town, Willem and the butcher are shocked to see a mithril lizard. Mukata gets nervous, and wonders if there is a problem. The butcher explains that an intact mithril lizard is so rare that the last record of a sighting was 400 years ago. Willem explains that the lizard is a sign that there is a new mithril mine, saying that mithril is so rare that there are only 3 mithril mines in the whole world. Mukata is shocked to hear it's such a big deal. Willem says that they will have to keep the lizard as an offering to the king, but mentions that he will be compensated for hunting the lizard and discovering the mine, suggesting it would be worth around 5,000 gold. The butcher is jealous, but Mukata seems to be terrified to hear this. Willem moves on to ask about the bulls, but Mukata shows that he has already completed that request as well, shocking them once again. As Mukata leaves, he worries about his peaceful life being disrupted. Fel says there is no point in worrying, and he is more interested in getting to eat steaks. Mukata starts preparing their dinner, cutting up some steaks, and frying them up until they are medium rare. He sets them aside to rest in some foil, while Fel waits patiently with Sui. The steak is perfectly cooked, and when they taste it, they find it to be outstanding, with juice overflowing with every bite. Fel compares it to the wagyu that he had, and immediately asks for more. Mukata gives him another batch, and adds his favorite steak sauce, making it even more delicious. After their meal, they are completely stuffed, and Fel thinks it would be hard for him to go back to eating raw meat. Fel reminds him about his offerings to Ninri, and it seems he has forgotten once again. He quickly goes to prepare her offering, and hears her voice, listing out all the things that she wants him to send. As he sends his offering, he suddenly hears the voices of the other goddesses. They think it's not fair that Ninri is getting all the sweets to herself, but Ninri says it's because she gave him her blessing. The other goddesses offer to bless him as well, so he will send offerings to them, but Ninri tries to object. Mukata says that he already has Ninri's blessing, but they point out that she only gave him a minor blessing, and that he doesn't have any affinity with wind magic. They suggest that with a more compatible blessing, he will get far more benefits. Since he has an affinity for fire and earth, a blessing from the earth goddess Kisha, or the fire goddess Agni, would be much more suitable. Ninri interrupts, saying that the god of creation is mad at them for giving too many blessings, but the two think it will be fine if they only give him minor blessings as well. Mukata wonders if there has ever been anyone with multiple blessings, but it seems that has never happened before. Mukata tries to use this as a reason to decline, but the two goddesses bless him anyway. The water goddess Ruka feels left out, because Mukata doesn't have any affinity with water, so her blessing would be useless for him, and she cries because she will be the only one who doesn't get an offering from him. The other goddesses start to panic, telling Mukata to do something. Mukata doesn't know what to do, and Sui tries to comfort him. Seeing Sui, Mukata asks Ruka to give her blessing to Sui instead. The goddesses all agree, and Ruka gives her blessing to Sui. Kisha points out that Ruka gave Sui a full blessing, but Ruka says it's okay, since she only gives her blessing out every 100 years, unlike the rest of them, who constantly give their blessing out, making the god of creation mad at them. Now that he is blessed, they demand his offerings, so Mukata sends them an extra large box of desserts, and they are overjoyed. Mukata checks his status, and sees his new blessings. Sui wonders what a blessing does, and Mukata explains it protects him, and boosts his power, but Sui doesn't really understand, so Mukata decides to test it out the next day. When Mukata tries out his magic, he finds his power has dramatically increased. Even after using his magic, he doesn't get exhausted like he used to, so he is pleased with the blessings. He tells Sui to try out some water magic to test his blessing, so Sui starts using some water magic, creating a spinning orb of water. Mukata is amazed and wonders how far he can shoot it, so Sui fires it at a tree, which completely knocks it down. Sui also uses water as a blade, easily cutting through the trees. Mukata thinks he is amazing, but warns him not to attack anyone in town. Fel suddenly wants to fight Sui, but Mukata says it's too early, and Fel gets disappointed, thinking he had finally found a worthy opponent. Mukata keeps practicing his magic, trying out his new stone wall spell. Fel leaves to go hunting, and at the end of the day, Mukata is excited to show them how he created a house using his earth magic. They are not particularly impressed, and Fel has returned with a black serpent, since he knows Mukata has a deal with Lambert. Mukata is suspicious of his intentions, but Fel just wants to be rewarded with a special dinner. When they wake up, Fel agrees his hut was pretty comfortable, and he wonders what they will be doing that day, suggesting they could go hunting, but Mukata isn't too keen. He says they should go back to town and deliver the black serpent that Fel caught for Lambert. They head back to the guild, and Mukata visits the butcher. All the bull meat is prepared, and the butcher gives him his payment for the portion he sold. Mukata pulls out the black serpent, and the butcher is surprised he found another one so easily. Mukata asks him to prepare it for him, and Sui appears, asking if it's time for lunch. Mukata gets ready to cook, and Fel asks why he is so enthusiastic. Mukata reveals his new item he bought, a grinder that will let him make minced meat. He starts grinding up the bull meat, and Sui finds it amazing, wanting to try it himself, and he helps grind up the meat. They end up grinding orc meat as well, and they mix the meats together, adding eggs, onions, and forming them into patties. They are also perfect for storing away in his storage. He fries up the patties, adding his special sauce, and Fel can't wait to eat it. After they enjoy their meal, Mukata washes his shirt, but the soap isn't very good. He gets an idea, and thinks he could sell the soap from his shop. He buys a bunch of shampoo and conditioner, transferring it into some bottles, so it's not as suspicious. Sui plays in a tub of water, and Mukata thinks about how he hasn't taken a bath in a long time. He goes to visit Lambert, who is surprised to see the black serpent's skin. Mukata goes on to reveal he is also a merchant, so he wants Lambert to check if his products would be valuable. Lambert checks out the soap, and finds it to be quite fragrant. Mukata explains how it's more effective, and also talks about the shampoo for washing hair, and the conditioner to make hair silky smooth. Mukata gets worried at Lambert's reaction, but Lambert suddenly is in tears thanking him. Since his anniversary is coming up, and his wife is bored of his bags and accessories, he didn't know what to get her, but he thinks that these products would be perfect for her since she loves bathing. Hearing this, Mukata asks if he has a bathtub, and Lambert says he had one custom built for his wife. Mukata is amazed, and imagines finally having a bath. He asks to see the bathtub, and Lambert agrees to show him. Mukata is amazed to see it, and Lambert explains how expensive it was, requiring a magic device to purify the water, and hiring an earth magician to create it. He says it costs over a few hundred gold, so having one as a merchant is proof they are doing well. Mukata is keen on getting one, and Lambert offers to introduce him to the seller, which Mukata is happy to hear. Mukata ends up giving Lambert the products to try, and suggests he should test them out himself before giving anything to his wife, and Lambert agrees, not wanting to test things on his wife. The next day, Mukata visits again, and Lambert is excited to see him. His wife suddenly rushes to meet him, introducing herself as Marie, and wants to know more about the products. After Lambert had a bath, he smelled so good, and his hair became so soft that she instantly noticed. Lambert is disappointed he ruined the anniversary present, but Marie says she also tried the products, with the shampoo cleaning her hair better than anything else, and the conditioner making her hair beautiful and smooth. Mukata thinks they want to buy more, but Lambert asks if he wants to sell them at his store. Mukata is surprised to hear this, since he has a leather shop, but Marie is sure the products will sell, saying it would be a shame for another merchant to sell it, because every woman in the city will want to buy some. She insists that Mukata sell it to them wholesale, and he agrees since he doesn't have his own shop. Marie is excited to hear this, especially since she can have a personal supply. When Mokata returns, he is exhausted after delivering a bunch of product to the shop. Fel wants to look for a dungeon, but Mokata rejects the idea, saying he is being called by the guild master. As Fel waits outside, Mokata hears some adventurers talking about a stray wyvern and gets worried about how dangerous they are. He goes to see the guild master and is shocked to see a gigantic stack of gold. Willem tells him he is getting 5,800 gold for discovering the mithril mine, and Mokata can only think about buying a bathtub for himself. There is suddenly an emergency as a herd of wyverns is approaching. They are surprised there is a whole herd of them, but it seems because Mokata took out the pack of bulls, which the wyverns would normally hunt, they have now all grouped up. There are a number of injured adventurers, with some suffering from the wyvern's deadly poison. The guild is running out of potions and antidotes, but Mokata takes out his high-grade potions. As Willem uses the potion, the man's wounds are instantly healed, and they are shocked at how it completely healed everything, including the poison. After healing the wounded, Willem orders all the adventurers C-ranked and above to help fight the wyverns. Mokata realizes that includes him, and Willem rallies up everyone and they prepare to fight, but Fel stops them, saying they will deal with the wyverns themselves. Mokata doesn't want to go, but Fel has been bored and says that wyvern meat is delicious, declaring that all the wyvern they defeat will belong to them. Willem wants to help, but Fel says he would only get in the way. They head out into the field and see the wyverns in the distance. Mokata can see they are dangerous, but Fel isn't worried and decides it's the perfect time to teach Sui how to fight flying opponents. Fel and Sui approach, dodging the wyvern's attacks. He tells Sui that headshots are the most effective, but their wings are easier to hit. Sui tries aiming for the head. It misses the head, but it's enough to bring it to the ground, and Fel finishes it off. They start fighting against the wyverns, and Mokata hides away. As he watches them fight, he thinks Sui is becoming more and more like Fel, who always wants to fight. Suddenly, a wyvern approaches him, but he is protected by Fel's barrier. As the wyvern tries to attack again, it is stopped by Sui, who bounces him away, and Fel finishes it off. After defeating all the wyverns, Fel gets a bit hungry, so Mokata prepares to cook. He takes out the patties he prepared, and Fel thinks they are eating the same thing again, but Mokata coats them with egg and bread crumbs. He fries them all up, and with this small change, their meal is completely different. Fel can't believe how different it tastes, finding the added crunch to be delightful. Meanwhile at the guild, Willem and the adventurers start to get worried, wondering if Mokata could handle the wyverns. But Mokata finally returns, and he reports that they wiped them all out successfully. The adventurers are amazed and celebrate, which Mokata finds strange, but Willem mentions that if the adventurers had fought against the wyverns, at least half of them would have died. Willem says he was worried they had failed, because it took them so long to return, and Mokata feels bad because it was an easy battle, but they just stopped to have lunch. He decides not to mention it, but Fel points out the reason they were late, and Mokata gets embarrassed. Mokata reports that there were 13 wyverns, and Willem is interested in buying their parts. Mokata is happy to sell everything except the meat, but the guild only has enough money to buy half the wyverns. Back at the inn, Mokata suddenly remembers he needs to send his offerings to the goddesses, and he suddenly gets a divine message from Agni, telling him to hurry up. Mokata explains he is about to send his offering, and he suddenly gets a secret message from Nenri, reminding him that she was the first one to give him a blessing, so she wants to get more sweets than the others. Kisha secretly tells him that she wants him to send her the shampoo and hair products that he has been selling, and Ruka wants to try out his other food. Mokata tells them he can't keep their offerings a secret, since he will be sending it all at once, and Agni gets angry that the other goddesses were making secret requests, so she joins in and tells Mokata to send her alcohol, and Mokata can only agree. The next day, Mokata and Fel are attracting more attention after defeating the wyverns, and Mokata makes his way to a certain shop. He is amazed as he looks around, checking out the different bathtubs, and the clerk explains that they start from 300 gold, with some that are made with different materials that provide different effects. As Mokata considers the options, the clerk reveals their newest product, but when Mokata sees it, it actually just looks like a normal bathtub. He ends up picking the green bathtub, and the clerk is shocked he decided so easily, since it would be very expensive for a normal person. The clerk wonders how he will pay, suggesting their payment plan, but Mokata shows he has the money. The clerk wonders where to deliver it to, but Mokata tells him not to worry, since he can just put it into his storage. Mokata leaves overjoyed, and tells Fel they should get out of the city, because everyone has been looking at them since they dealt with the wyverns. They find a nice place, and Fel decides to go off and do some hunting. Mokata marks out an area on the ground, and using his stone wall skill, he creates a private area. He takes out the tub, and asks Sui to fill it with water, and when it's full, Mokata uses his fireball to heat up the water. Before taking his bath, Mokata furiously scrubs himself down, and finally gets to relax with Sui. After their bath, Mokata decides to cook some of the wyvern meat, and he is excited since Fel mentioned how good it tastes. He thinly slices the meat, creating a rich sauce, and makes a special wyvern beef bowl. However, he notices that Fel still hasn't returned, so he decides to make some stew since he has extra time. He buys the ingredients, and cuts everything up. He sears the meat until it's brown, adding the vegetables next, and then adding water and some red wine. He adds some sauce for extra flavor, and then leaves it to simmer. Sui mentions that Fel is back, and as Mokata waits for him to appear, a dinosaur emerges, which is a shock to Mokata. Mokata asks him about the giant lizard, and Fel mentions that his fight with the wyverns was a letdown, so he went hunting and ended up fighting an earth dragon. Mokata can't believe what he is hearing, and can't believe there is a dragon in front of him. He doesn't know what to do with it, but Fel says it will be delicious. But Mokata reminds him of the exceptional rare monsters he has hunted, but are impossible to sell. He thinks that a dragon will definitely fall into this category, but Fel insists it will be delicious. Mokata says it's going to be a problem, but Fel suggests he ask the guild to help him resell it, and Mokata thinks it might be possible. Fel notices the stew that Mokata made, and immediately gets excited, but Mokata stops him, telling him he is dirty after his fight, and Fel is a bit offended. He tells Fel he needs to take a bath before dinner, and Fel is shocked. Mokata finds some dog grooming tools in his shop, but Fel reminds him he isn't a dog. Mokata helps untangle his fur with a brush, and then proceeds to splash him with water. Mokata wonders why he flinched, but Fel immediately denies it. Mokata keeps splashing him to get him wet, but Fel finds it ticklish and wonders if Sui could just use his water magic, but Mokata mentions that Sui's water wouldn't be hot. However, Mokata gets an idea and turns Sui into a shower connected to the hot water. Fel gets completely drenched, and Mokata starts to shampoo him. Fel starts to enjoy it, but Mokata mentions washing his face. Although it scares him, Fel agrees, not wanting to look weak as a legendary Fenrir. After it's all over, Mokata prepares to dry him off, but Fel shakes off all the water instead. Using his fire magic and Fel's wind, they create a warm breeze to help him dry off. Mokata comments on how good he looks, and Fel demands that it's time for dinner. They start with the special beef bowls, which Fel finds amazing, and Mokata is surprised that wyvern tastes similar to wagyu. As they eat, Mokata tells Fel he needs to start taking regular baths, and Fel is not happy about this. But Mokata uses Sui to tell him he looks better now, so Fel agrees to the arrangement. When they try the wyvern stew, Fel can't believe how good it tastes, and looks forward to what Mokata will make in the future. Back at the guild, Willem says it's impossible to resell the dragon, and the butcher mentions that every part of the dragon's body is too valuable, and refuses to work on it. Fel mentions that he just wants the meat, but Mokata says it's not that simple. However, Willem thinks it could be possible for a certain dragon expert, and Mokata and Fel are excited. Willem points to another city, and Fel is excited to see it's near the sea, remembering his goal to eat krakens and other sea monsters. But Willem and the butcher just laugh, hearing such an absurd statement, but they know that's exactly what they will do. Mokata says farewell to the people he met along the way, and they set off for their next adventure. But that's where this video ends. I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. When the gods found humans to be increasingly arrogant, they decided to wipe out all of humanity, but the Valkyrie Hilda stood up against them, suggesting Ragnarok, where humanity is given a chance, and their greatest heroes are summoned to fight for mankind's survival. With the help of her Valkyrie sisters, who transform into weapons known as the Valander, the heroes are given the power to oppose the gods. Despite this, humanity's heroes still lost the first 2 rounds against the gods, as Thor and Zeus proved to be too powerful. However, Kojiro Sasaki, the strongest swordsman, was able to take out Poseidon in the 3rd round. As Hilda and her sister Gaul consider the next match, they find out that the gods will be sending out Hercules. Although they are on different sides, they see him like a brother, and Hilda wishes him luck. Hercules gets approached by Loki, who wonders if he can really destroy humanity since he is half human himself. But Hercules tells him he will fight with everything he has for the gods, although he plans to petition against the destruction of humanity after he wins. The next round begins, and Hilda has chosen Jack the Ripper to fight for humanity. Hercules gets angry that he has to fight against a mass murderer, and even the crowd is conflicted about cheering for a serial killer. The arena is transformed into a section of London, and Jack shows off his divine weapon, a gigantic pair of scissors that can cut through anything. As Hercules prepares to fight, Jack runs away from him. He chases after him and finds Jack having some tea. He tells Jack to pick up his weapon and fight, but as Jack ignores him, Hercules approaches, but runs into some tripwires. A trap is activated, and blades fall down on him, but he shrugs it off, saying human weapons aren't able to even scratch a god. Jack fires a grappling hook to get away, but Hercules jumps after him, swinging his club at Jack, who uses his scissors to block, but the scissors get shattered. Jack backs away from him, reaching for some more knives, but Hercules reminds him they are pointless against him. However, the knives end up stabbing into him. Hercules wonders how it's possible, and Jack reveals that he lied about his scissors, saying his divine weapon is actually his satchel, which he can use to create other divine weapons, as long as they can fit in the bag. Jack continues to throw knives, and Hercules bats them away, but there are some knives that land. Despite this, Hercules continues to push forward. As he swings his club, Jack assembles an umbrella, which he spins and diverts the attack. Jack taunts him, and Hercules activates one of his 12 labors as his tattoo grows and his club transforms, creating a lion-like shockwave that hits Jack and blows him into a building. Jack gets back up, snapping his dislocated shoulder back into place. The tattoos on Hercules spread all over his body, and Loki asks Ares, the god of war, about them. Ares explains that when Hercules completed the 12 labors and mastered the 12 divine arts, those powers came with a price, and each time he uses them, his tattoos spread, and every time they do, he feels unbearable pain that would be enough to knock out a normal god. And if the tattoos cover his whole body, then he will die. But Ares has faith in him, saying his will is so strong that even the gods couldn't break it. We see that thousands of years ago, there's a young boy Castor that's getting bullied. His friend Alcides tries to stand up for him, but also gets beaten up. Castor wonders why he tried to fight when he is so weak, but Alcides states that it was the right thing to do. Despite being a scrawny kid, he had the biggest heart and sense of justice. He trains as hard as he can, but the bullies mock him, saying that he should try drinking the blood of Zeus from the temple, because the legends say that if a true hero drinks it, they will become immortal. However, if they are not a true hero, they will instantly perish. Castor tells Alcides to not believe them as it's just a legend. Alcides says he is aware. Although he wants to get strong, there is no point if he dies trying. He keeps on training, and over time, there came a point where there was no longer anyone who would make fun of him. During a council of the gods, they find that humans have become too wicked, so Ares is sent to wipe them all out. The humans are scared, but Alcides stands up to him. Ares easily kicks him away, but he stands up and faces him again. He decides to risk it all, drinking the blood of Zeus. He has a violent reaction to the blood and falls to the ground. As Ares continues forward, Alcides gets back up, having obtained a stronger body. The soldiers all charge at him, but Alcides defeats them all and goes toe-to-toe fighting with Ares. Neither of them back down, but Zeus appears and stops the fight. He tells Alcides that he will become a god, since he will just cause trouble if he is left on Earth. Alcides agrees on the condition that they swear they will never again cause harm to mankind, and for the next 4,000 years, the gods didn't interfere with Earth's affairs. Alcides took his place among the gods as a child of Zeus, and was named after his wife, Hera. and became known as Hercules. Jack and Hercules continue their fight as Jack throws his blades and knives. He jumps around all over the place, but as Hercules approaches, Jack starts hopping in the air, and it turns out he set up wires while he was jumping around. Hercules wonders how many more tricks he has, and Jack throws knives in the air, and using the wires, he flings them with increased speed. The knives bounce all around, and Hercules struggles to defend himself. Hercules uses the sixth labor, transforming his club into a bird, creating a powerful wind that blows the knives back at Jack. Jack gets hit, and his monocle is destroyed, but this reveals Jack's special eye. He marvels at Hercules' unwavering will, seeing him with a brilliant light, and he wonders how his color will change when he meets his death. We see Jack as a boy, getting caught stealing food from the trash. He gets beaten by the owner, and Jack sees the man's aura as red, indicating malice and rage. But as he begs for food, the man's aura turns blue, which Jack recognizes as a color of superiority. Jack gets to leave with some food, and he heads home thinking his mother will be happy. He gets to the brothel where they live, and his mother sees that he's injured and quickly treats him. Jack sees her as the most beautiful person, seeing a brilliant golden aura. One day as Jack reads, one of the women at the brothel wonders why his mother decided to keep him since she aborted her previous 5 pregnancies. She pities him for having to grow up in such a situation, but Jack says he is happy, taking comfort in his mother's love. One day, as he is returning home with some food, he returns to find his mother crying over a newspaper article. She learned the man she was in love with had gotten married. He had promised to come back for her 13 years ago, and she is devastated. When Jack tries to comfort his mother, saying she still has him, she yells at him, saying he is worthless now and wishing she had aborted him. He realizes he was just a tool to connect her to the one she loved. Jack sees his mother's color turning red. He starts choking her, finding the color to be disgusting, and she turns purple. Realizing it's the color of fear, he finds it to be quite beautiful. His mother gets free, but Jack stabs her in the neck, saying she is the most beautiful she has ever been. Jack tells Hercules that when people die, it's a beautiful sight when they all turn to fear. But Hercules says that when he dies, there won't be a hint of fear in him, because the only thing he fears is the lack of justice. The two continue their fight, and Jack eventually gets cornered, with his back against Big Ben. Jack uses his grappling gun to get away, but Hercules knocks down the tower. Jack manages to hold on the clock arms, and Hercules prepares to use his 7th labor. The clock face detaches, and Jack throws it at Hercules. Hercules reminds him that he can't be hurt by mortal weapons, but as he tries to block it, his arm is sliced off. Jack says that he lied about his satchel being his divine weapon, revealing it was just a bluff to get Hercules to lower his guard, and that his real divine weapon are his gloves. Using a pebble, he shows how anything he touches becomes a divine weapon. Ares is shocked, realizing that he has been touching everything, so the whole city has become a weapon. Ares starts freaking out, but he gets punched by Zeus, who reminds him of the kind of man that Hercules is. Ares pulls himself together and agrees that his best friend Hercules would never lose. Despite being cornered, Hercules shows no sign of fear. Hercules says that as both a human and a god, he can see the flaws of humanity, yet he still loves them. Jack sees the color of love from him, a color he never thought he would see again, and Hercules declares that he will save him as well. Hercules throws his club into the sky and activates his 12th labor, Cerberus. The hounds descend onto him, and he is transformed with a demonic visage. Zeus states it's now a race against time. The labor is devastatingly powerful, but it comes at a high price. The labor will only end when it either devours his opponent or completely consumes him. The fight between the two becomes more intense, and Hercules easily destroys anything that Jack throws at him. Despite being able to dodge a lot of the attacks, Jack shields himself with a manhole, but Hercules punches right through it and lands a hit. Jack tries to escape with his grappling hook, but Hercules jumps after him, punching him down, and Jack gets impaled on a metal fence. Jack cuts the metal piece and barely stands. Hercules tells him there is nowhere left to run, but Jack reminds him that all of London is his weapon. He cuts the building behind him, and as it falls, he bounces off of Hercules to get away, and Hercules is crushed by the building. The fight appears to be over, but Ares yells for Hercules to stand, and in that moment, Hercules emerges from the rubble, getting up once again. He tells Jack that no matter what he tries, his righteous heart won't be shaken. Jack thanks him, realizing that his mother's color was fake. He never knew that true love was so beautiful, but he still wants to turn him to fear. Jack takes a piece of wood and part of a door, turning them into divine weapons, and engages Hercules in close combat for the first time. Hercules smashes through his shield, and Jack is blown away. Jack goes back to avoiding the attacks, and Ares worries he is just buying time while Hercules' tattoos cover him. But Loki doesn't agree, pointing out all the blood Jack is losing, saying he also doesn't have much time. Jack continues dodging Hercules' attacks, waiting for perfect timing. He pulls out the iron rod from the fence, but only manages to scratch him, and Hercules knocks him down. The gods start celebrating, but Jack starts singing London Bridge is falling down, and he slowly gets back up. He stumbles over to Hercules, trying to stab him once again, but Hercules punches him, and as he prepares for a finishing blow, Jack stabs him with his hands. Hercules realizes that he soaked his gloves with his blood, and turned his blood into a divine weapon. Realizing that he lost, he asks Jack about his color, and Jack tells him that his color is unchanged. Hercules is glad, hugging Jack, and reminding him that he will always love mankind. His soul proceeds to shatter, and the gods are left speechless. As he fades, he hopes Hilda is watching, saying that he leaves the rest to her to save the humans. Gaul cries for Hercules, and asks Hilda if she is happy that Jack killed him, but Hilda says she is doing what she must, in order to save humanity. Hilda goes into a room where she pays respect to the fallen heroes, and she adds another cup for Hercules. She starts crying, saying that she will join him when this is all over. As Ares mourns Hercules' death, Zeus is angered that they are now tied with humanity, 2-2. He lets out his frustration, destroying their viewing area, and refuses to let humanity take the lead. We meet the god Buddha, as he sees Loki waiting for him. Buddha wonders if he is trying to pick a fight, but Loki just asks him about the Valander. He thinks it's strange that the Valkyrie have such a powerful technique. He accuses Buddha of using his powers to aid the humans, asking him if he's a traitor. Things are looking tense, and at that moment, the 7 gods of fortune arrive, and they also want to deliver judgment on Buddha. One of them, named Ebisu, tries to intimidate him, but Buddha isn't bothered. Ebisu tries to hit him, but he launches his lollipop to stop Ebisu's attack. The gods of fortune prepare for battle, with Loki joining their side. Buddha tells them to bring it on, unleashing his power. At that moment, Kojiro arrives, along with 2 other heroes of humanity. They take Buddha's side, preparing to fight the gods, but Zeus suddenly smashes the ground, breaking things up. Ebisu still wants to fight, but Odin unleashes a menacing aura, intimidating everyone, and they all decide to walk away. Zeus warns Buddha not to cause trouble, but Buddha laughs, saying he doesn't take orders from anyone. Meanwhile, Gaul apologizes to Hilda for her outburst, but Hilda tells her there's no need, saying they should work together for mankind. They visit the quarters of their next hero, where they see a massive man sleeping. Hilda wakes him up, telling him it's his turn to fight. The man gets up, and we meet Raiden Tamimin, mankind's greatest sumo wrestler. Raiden wonders if he'll be merging with Hilda, but she says there is someone more suitable for him. A giant woman named Thrud enters the room, introducing herself as his partner. Raiden is shocked seeing her, and Thrud wonders if he's disappointed seeing her appearance, but Raiden is actually pleased, saying she is perfect, and this makes her heart melt, as she turns into his divine weapon. We see the next fight is set in a sumo-themed arena, and Raiden is introduced as an undefeated sumo champion. His opponent arrives on an elephant, and we meet Shiva, the god of destruction. The fight begins, with Raiden instantly charging at Shiva, and drop-kicking him in his face. Shiva gets pushed back, but he quickly recovers. Raiden continues to attack, landing a punch, and he knocks Shiva to his knees. He wants to end things quickly, attacking with a knee strike, but Shiva blocks it, glad they are having a real fight. Raiden is pushed away, and Shiva grabs onto him, smashing his chest, and launching him into the air. Raiden lands on his feet, and Shiva is happy to see he is a worthy opponent. In a flashback, we see a 3-year-old Raiden as his parents wonder what's wrong with him, because he can't even stand. One day, while his parents are preparing supper, they are surprised to see him standing, but his legs are shaking. His parents are overjoyed to see this, but as he takes a step, Raiden suddenly feels pain, and his parents watch in horror as his body falls apart. All the bones in his body are broken, but we learn it's because his muscles were just too powerful for his bones. Despite this, Raiden tried his best to walk, and he eventually managed to do it, as his body produced even more muscles to restrain his power, creating a shell, which was known as the 100 Seals. Back in the present, Raiden slaps himself, and unlocks his 100 Seals. His muscles start to go berserk, and Shiva wonders if he's going to destroy himself. But he calls on Thrud to help him out, and he is able to put his muscles under control. We learn that the lines on his body are actually his Volender, and it gives him total control over his muscles. Gaul becomes shocked realizing Raiden became the strongest while his power was restricted by his 100 Seals. Raiden's body stabilizes, and he charges at Shiva, punching with all of his might. Shiva is blown away, and he feels the difference in Raiden's power. Everyone cheers for Raiden, and Shiva seems to be barely standing. Raiden tries to finish him off with a headbutt, but Raiden is the one who ends up taking damage. Shiva counterattacks, punching him away, as he reveals his head is as hard as stone. Shiva starts attacking him with a flurry of attacks, and all Raiden can do is block. Raiden takes some damage, but he grabs onto Shiva's arm, and he uses his brute strength to crush it instantly. Shiva kicks him away, and everyone sees his broken arm. The gods tremble, but the Indian gods know Shiva better, and they cheer him on. Shiva hears them cheering for him, and we learn he has never let his friends down. Shiva realizes he is fighting for their sake as well, so he gets fired up, charging at Raiden, and his punch seems to have gotten stronger. We learn that his fists have the power of over 1,000 Indian gods behind them, and Raiden tries to fight back, but Shiva hits him with a devastating blow, making him cough blood, as Shiva attacks with his head. Raiden doesn't back down, countering with his own headbutt, and the two keep smashing their heads together. In a flashback, we learn that the Indian gods were fighting each other to determine who would rule over them. During that time, Shiva and his friend Rudra were just unknown gods, living carefree lives. But their territory is attacked by another group of gods. They go out to confront them, but they get laughed at as the gods think they are nobodies. However, they end up beating those gods, and after the fight, Rudra tells Shiva about his dream to stand at the pinnacle of India, wanting to see things no one else has ever seen. He tells Shiva to join him, saying they can go anywhere if they work together, and Shiva decides to go with him, thinking it will be fun. Together, they beat the other gods, and with every god they defeated, they would gain their strength, but it would also increase their responsibility. They eventually go up against the god named Indra, who is said to be 10 times stronger than the other gods. Rudra fights him alone, and he eventually comes out on top. They dance together to celebrate their victory, and they later reach the top, having defeated all of the other gods. However, at the pinnacle, Rudra tells him they need to fight, because only one god can stand at the top. Shiva doesn't want to do it, but Rudra insists, so they end up fighting. They trade blows, in what is now known as the most ferocious fight in the history of India, and Shiva eventually gains the advantage. Rudra refuses to give up, reminding Shiva about his dream, so Shiva decides to throw the fight, but just as he is about to admit defeat, Rudra beats him to it, knowing he lost to Shiva. Rudra tells Shiva not to go easy on an opponent who's going all out, and Shiva gains the name of Rudra, making him the chief of all the Indian gods. Back in the present, Shiva starts dancing to the rhythm of the cosmos, and the other gods recognize it as the war dance which he used to unite the Indian gods. Shiva moves erratically, dodging Raiden's punch. Raiden strengthens his legs, trying to attack again, but Shiva easily dodges and kicks him away. Shiva proceeds to give him a beating, and Raiden appears to be helpless against the assault. But he pumps up his forearms, creating a massive meat shield to block all of Shiva's attacks. Shiva's dance sets his body on fire, and he continues to pound Raiden with his burning fists. Shiva manages to break through his shield, as he strikes with his leg, burning Raiden's body. Everyone thinks mankind is about to lose, but Raiden suddenly smiles, as he realizes he can fight his opponent with all his might. In a flashback, we see a 5-year-old Raiden as he has a sumo match with his senior. He easily defeats his senior, and Raiden celebrates his victory, but his senior is injured, and everyone starts seeing him as a monster. He asks his mother why he isn't like the other kids, but his mother tells him his strength is a gift from the gods, so he must use it to help the weak. After that, Raiden grew up as a good man, and he is supposed to stay in his village, but one day, a volcano erupted, destroying all of the crops and causing a famine. Raiden knows the people are suffering, so at the age of 17, he leaves the village and goes to Edo, planning to become a sumo wrestler to earn money for his village. He enters a dojo, where the trainer tells him to have a match, but he refuses, not wanting to hurt the other wrestlers. But a wrestler named Ozaki challenges him, telling him to go home if he loses, so he accepts the fight. Raiden immediately charges at his opponent, but Ozaki is able to stop him, and he gets thrown to the side. Raiden is shocked by this, but he keeps charging at Ozaki, who keeps beating him up. As Raiden lies on the ground, Ozaki asks him what he thinks about sumo, and Raiden discovers his love for sumo. After that, Raiden devotes himself to learning sumo, and one day, he has his first match, where he easily throws his opponent out of the ring. He goes on to overpower other wrestlers with a single move, turning him into a living legend. He feeds the people in his hometown, and everyone starts looking up to him, but during one of his matches, he realizes that his opponent is afraid of him. This makes him remember the time he hurt his senior, so he ends up throwing the match. Ozaki asks him why he did this, but he sees Raiden crying, as he realizes he is using his powers to bully the weak. To prevent himself from injuring his opponents, he stops using his 4 strongest sumo moves, but despite this, he goes on to win more than 95% of his matches, and he only lost fights when he threw against much weaker opponents. Back in the present, Raiden assumes an unusual stance, stomping his foot as he prepares to use his palm thrust. He flexes his leg muscles as he jumps toward Shiva, transferring all of his strength to his hand as he unleashes his technique. Shiva tries to block it, but he gets blown away and even loses 2 of his arms. Everyone thinks humanity has won, but Shiva gets back up. Raiden suddenly takes damage, and Gaul wonders what's going on. Hilda explains that Raiden's technique puts strain on his body, and his body is being ripped apart, but his Volundr is holding him together. Thrud is worried about him, but Raiden tells her to move his muscles even faster. He knows it won't be good for his body, but he wants to put his full might into sumo, so Thrud lends him her powers, as she decides to support him. Shiva feels a gust of wind, as he sees Rudra watching his fight. He is happy to see him in the arena, along with the other Indian gods who believe in him, so he becomes determined not to lose. Shiva stabs himself in the chest, grabbing his heart and forcing it to beat faster, causing fire to surround his body as he transforms into his ultimate form. The two charge at each other, exchanging blows, as Shiva uses his burning legs to attack Raiden, burning his muscles. Hilda knows Raiden is at a disadvantage, because he will lose muscle as the fight drags on, but Hermes notes that Shiva's technique is just as dangerous, and it could end up burning his body away. Shiva attacks Raiden from behind, and Raiden tries to grab onto him, enduring the flames, but Shiva counters, kicking him in the head. The other sumo wrestlers start to lose hope, but Ozaki points out Raiden is still on his feet, fighting for all of sumo, so they cheer him on. This gives Raiden more power, as he charges at Shiva with his head, knocking him down. Shiva gets back up, but his body starts falling to pieces, so the Indian gods realize he's close to his limit. However, they know that Raiden is in a similar situation, so the fight has become an endurance contest. The two clash, and the crowd goes wild as they exchange blows. With both fighters fighting for something bigger than themselves, they are putting everything on the line for this fight, but they both approach their limit. Raiden prepares to use his palm thrust again, and Shiva tells him to bring it on. They charge at each other with their ultimate skills, but Shiva's attack overpowers Raiden, ripping his arm apart. He thanks Shiva for allowing him to use all of his might, as he tells Thrud to release his Volundr, but she chooses to stay with him, saying she has fallen for him. Raiden admits he had a great time, and Shiva finishes him off. He thanks Raiden for giving him the greatest fight ever, and as he walks away, Raiden's soul proceeds to shatter. As Shiva leaves the arena, he encounters Rudra, who catches him as he falls. Zeus approaches him, saying he's in bad shape, as Shiva admits he almost lost, saying humans are awesome, and Zeus laughs as he agrees with him. Meanwhile, Gaul mourns the death of Thrud, asking Hilda why they are going so far to save mankind. Hilda adds Raiden's cup to the altar of fallen heroes, saying they are now 2-3 against the gods. She gets emotional, but she is determined to save mankind. We see Zeus approaching a tree, where he finds Buddha eating some chocolates. He wants to have one, but Buddha won't let him have any, and he eats all of the chocolates at once. Zeus asks him to fight in the next match, saying he doesn't like losing. He threatens Buddha with his aura, but Buddha quickly calls him the boss, and he tells him to enjoy the show. We see Buddha as he enters the arena. He grabs onto the announcer's horn, and he declares he will be fighting on the side of mankind. The gods think he has gone mad, but Buddha claims that if the gods aren't willing to save mankind, then it's up to him to do it. Gaul is confused, asking Hilda why Buddha is fighting on their side, wondering if this is part of her plan, but Hilda claims Buddha doesn't take orders from anyone. We see that just before the round, Buddha approached her, after she just mourned for Raiden. Buddha tells her that he wants to fight for humanity, but she isn't surprised. He asks her if things are going according to her plan, because she asked him about his powers before Ragnarok began, so he thinks she's been scheming to get him to fight the gods. Hilda denies this, as she points out that everyone knows he hates the gods. This makes him laugh, but he warns her that he doesn't take kindly to being manipulated, before walking away. We return to the arena, where the announcer tells Buddha that he can't switch sides, but Zeus says he doesn't mind, revealing that Buddha isn't breaking any of the rules. Odin asks Buddha if he is prepared to be the enemy of all gods, but he doesn't care, saying he's the only thing that matters, making all the other gods mad. Buddha asks Zeus who he's going to fight, and light comes out of the sky as a ship descends on the arena. The 7 gods of fortune make their entrance. The announcer says that only one of them can fight. Their leader reveals that they are actually one being as he removes his armor. His companions enter his body, and a bright light surrounds him, creating a sphere, which shatters as a god named Zero appears. Zero wants to slaughter Buddha as he warms up his body, but Buddha doesn't seem to care. His back bulges, and he pulls out his weapon as he prepares to fight. Gaul thinks it's not fair for 7 gods to combine into one, but Hilda calls it his true form, revealing that he used to be a good god that wanted to spread fortune, but he ended up being changed by sorrow. In a flashback, we see Zero going to the city, where he sees the people suffering. It makes him cry, and he wonders what he can do to make them happy. He thinks about removing the source of their misfortune to make them happy, so he goes to a boy, touching him with his hand, and absorbing his misfortune. The boy instantly feels better, and the people start worshipping Zero. He continues to absorb the misfortune of other people, but after several years, he has absorbed too much, and it takes a toll on his body. He returns to the city, wanting to see how the people are doing, but he discovers the true nature of humanity as the people fall into depravity without misfortune. A man bumps into him, causing him to fall to the ground, and Zero recognizes the man as the boy he helped years ago. He asks the man how he's doing, but the man doesn't even remember him, telling him to get lost. Zero can't believe that any of this is real, thinking about everything he's done for them, and wondering why the people are still unhappy. At that moment, Buddha arrives with his disciples. Zero notes that Buddha's disciples look shabby and poor, but he wonders why they looked so happy, unlike the people in the city. Zero calls out to Buddha, asking him why his followers look so fortunate, because he absorbed the misfortune of humans, but he only made them worse. Buddha tells him that fortune can't be given, and that it must be obtained, saying there is shadow where there is light, and tells Zero to join him to achieve enlightenment. Zero cries as he runs away, feeling jealous, because despite being a human, Buddha was able to make people more fortunate, knowing that it's supposed to be his job. As he mourns by a river, a dark energy suddenly surrounds him, and his love transforms into hate, turning him into the Zero that he is now. 3 people see him in the woods, and they immediately run away, as he chases after them. He is about to kill a woman, but she stops, shielding her baby. This causes Zero to hesitate, and he resists the urge to kill, dividing himself into the 7 gods of fortune. Back in the present, Zero thinks it's his time to punish Buddha, but Buddha suddenly kicks him, knocking him to his knees, as Buddha reminds him that the fight has already begun. Zero gets back up, attacking with his axe, but Buddha easily evades thanks to his special eyes. Zero becomes angry, swinging his axe wildly, but Buddha dodges every attack. Zero becomes frustrated, and his axe seems to grow in size. Zeus reveals that Zero's axe absorbs misfortune, and it gets stronger the more it absorbs. Hilda adds that Zero's inability to hit Buddha counts as misfortune to him, so he will get stronger as the fight drags on. Gaul is impressed by Buddha's ability to dodge, moving before Zero even attacks, and we learn that his eyes give him the power of precognition. Zero continues to miss, asking Buddha if he's mocking him, and Buddha suddenly counterattacks. Buddha taunts him, making him even angrier, and Buddha proceeds to give him a beating. The battle appears one-sided, but Zero suddenly remembers his past misfortunes, and he unleashes a powerful aura. The axe absorbs his misfortunes, and it becomes ridiculously massive. Zero swings his axe at Buddha, but Buddha stands his ground, activating his staff. The axe obliterates everything in the area, but Buddha's staff transformed into a shield, protecting him from the attack. Hilda reveals that Buddha's staff is a divine treasure, which contains the power of the 6 realm guardians in Buddhism, and it changes its form depending on Buddha's emotions. Buddha pushes the axe back, as Zero transforms it into a serrated sword. Buddha's weapon takes the form of a club, and it signals him to charge in, so he dashes at Zero, dodging his attack as he lands a hit. In a flashback, we learn that Buddha was born as a prince of a royal family in ancient India, and he had everything a man could ever wish for. One evening, his father the king tells him about his destiny to become the king of the world. He helps feed the people in his kingdom, telling them it's the duty of royalty to bring fortune to the people. One day, he meets up with his distant relative, King Jataka, and they talk about Buddha's destiny to become the king. Buddha thinks Jataka is happy because the kingdom is prosperous, but Jataka reveals that he isn't fortunate because he's suffering from a life-threatening disease, and his entire life, he has done nothing but serve the people, so he has no idea what the outside world is like. Jataka eventually passes away, and everyone mourns his death, thinking he lived a happy life. But Buddha knows this wasn't the case, and at that moment, Buddha thinks about his life, and how his fortune was given to him. He gets off his horse, and starts laughing, saying he has been enlightened. He goes to Jataka's funeral, where he throws flowers everywhere, and he takes Jataka's casket. Everyone condemns his behavior, but he doesn't care what they think, because Jataka doesn't need their prayers, saying true fortune is found within. He takes Jataka's remains to the river, where he leaves his casket floating, and he leaves everything behind to go on a journey into the wilderness. He finds a group of men trying to achieve enlightenment by starving themselves, and one of them has collapsed from hunger. Their leader claims that it's the only way to purify the mind, but Buddha gives the man some food, telling him to eat. The leader condemns his actions, but Buddha doesn't care, saying he wants to feed the man. The group starts following Buddha instead, and he teaches them to lie down and chill instead of starving themselves. One evening, a girl is about to be sacrificed to the gods, but Buddha saves her. The worshippers worry about the wrath of God, but Buddha tells them he would gladly fight the gods. Hilda notes that Buddha despises anyone who tries to force destiny on others or deprive them of inner happiness, so this is the reason he's fighting the gods. Zero twists his weapon, transforming it into 2 swords, while Buddha turns his divine treasure into a poleaxe. They proceed to exchange blows, but Buddha has the advantage with his precognition. Zero ends up getting slashed, but this just makes him angrier, as his weapon transforms once again. His blades approach Buddha, but Buddha's weapon takes the form of a knife, and he is able to destroy the blades. He manages to close the distance, and their weapons clash, as the crowd starts cheering for Buddha. Zero becomes upset nobody pays attention to him, just like in his past, and he suddenly extends his weapon, almost hitting Buddha. Buddha tells him he needs to love himself, but Zero calls it nonsense, trying to attack him. Buddha claims he has taken a liking to him. Zero thinks he's lying, but he looks at Buddha and sees the sincere look on his face. This makes him realize that he just wanted to be like Buddha, who is loved by everyone, as his weapon slowly loses power. Buddha throws his weapon away, saying he wants to fight hand to hand. They start fighting each other, as Zero realizes that Buddha is the one who understands him the most, finally feeling happy, as Buddha knocks him down with a punch. The crowd cheers for Buddha, and Zero's misfortune leaves his body, allowing him to return to his true form, wanting to make people happy again. However, his horns suddenly return to his head, causing him pain, and 2 dragons come out of his body. They encircle him, forming a sphere, and a massive demon emerges from it. Buddha jumps away, unable to read its movements, and he wonders what's going on. The demon explains that Zero is no more, and he introduces himself as Papayas, the Demon King. Buddha wonders what he wants, and Papayas isn't sure, but says he wants to test out his power. Ares asks Hermes about Papayas, but even he doesn't know anything. Hades suddenly joins them, saying Papayas isn't a god, as Ares quickly gives up his chair for him. Hades reveals that Papayas is a legendary berserker from the underworld, which is where the damned run rampant. He tells them that despite being the king of the underworld, He has never seen Papyrus before, and he wonders why a god would turn into him. Buddha starts fighting with Papyrus, but it seems he can no longer predict his movements. Hilda notes that Buddha's eyes allow him to see the flickers of the soul, which moves before the body, but Papyrus's soul is total darkness, so he can't see anything. Papyrus decides to fight with his full power, flexing his arm as he turns his weapon into a drill. He charges at Buddha, who tries to defend with his shield, but the drill penetrates right through, taking out Buddha's eye. Papyrus is impressed he was able to dodge the attack, because he was aiming for the head. He transforms his arm into an axe, and he continues his assault. They continue to exchange blows, and Buddha ends up taking another hit. Ares wonders how Papyrus is so strong, and Hades states that no ordinary god can hold a candle to him. He reveals that Papyrus once destroyed half of the underworld, and the destruction only stopped because he suddenly vanished. This occurred centuries ago, long before Hades became the king, and he never believed that story. He thinks Papyrus is there because someone must have obtained a fragment of him and created something like a seed, which was then planted on Zero. Ares wonders who would do such a thing, and Hades thinks there's only one god who would enjoy such a thing. Hermes knows he's talking about Beelzebub, who would have done it just to see what would happen, saying anyone could have been the vessel. Buddha tries to counterattack, but he gets stabbed in the foot. He falls back, but his injuries are starting to take a toll on him. He calls on Zero, thinking he's still somewhere inside, but Papyrus laughs, saying he has already consumed Zero and turned him into nourishment. Buddha declares he will kill Papyrus, as he feels hatred for the first time in centuries, causing his weapon to transform into a scythe. Papyrus is unfazed, eager to take him on, and Buddha strikes first, but Papyrus manages to block his attack. Buddha pushes him back, creating an opening, and his scythe expels fire to boost his speed as he tries to finish him off. However, Papyrus ends up blocking it with his arm, and Buddha is the one who gets stabbed. Papyrus wonders if he has any last words, but Buddha gets closer, saying he'll be the one to save mankind. Papyrus finds him dangerous, kicking him away, and Buddha is badly injured, but he refuses to give up, calling Papyrus a chicken. Papyrus tells him to know his place, saying he has become a supreme being, because unlike before, when his body couldn't handle his strength, he now has a stronger vessel, so he's confident in his power. Buddha calls him weak, saying that he is even weaker than Zero. Papyrus charges at him, telling him to prove it as he launches an assault on Buddha. Ares wonders if this is the end of Buddha, but Hades tells him to look at Buddha's eye because he still hasn't given up, and Zeus knows he's just waiting for a chance to turn the tables. Buddha gets knocked back, but he stays on his feet, and Papyrus wonders how he's still standing. Buddha tells him to bring it on, which scares Papyrus as his hands start shaking. He refuses to accept this, ripping off his arm to conquer his fear, and he turns it into a sword. Buddha charges with his scythe, but Papyrus counters with his own skill, breaking the scythe. The weapon returns to its original form, and Papyrus rushes at him, ultimately destroying Buddha's staff. It looks like the end for Buddha, and Papyrus goes in for the kill, but at that moment, he gets a vision where he sees light behind him. As he reaches out to it, there's a hand that grabs onto him. Buddha regains consciousness, and he suddenly starts laughing. Papyrus thinks he has lost his mind, but as Buddha gets back up, he says he has overcome his immaturity. His hairband breaks, causing him to take on a new appearance, and he takes Zero's weapon, telling Zero they will fight together, as he activates the Volundar technique. Hilda cries as she realizes the weapon is absorbing Buddha's love instead of misfortune, turning it into a new divine treasure. The weapon takes the form of a strange sword, and it has the power of the 7 gods of fortune. Buddha goes toe-to-toe with Papyrus, and humanity cheers for him with everything they have. Their desires flow into him, giving him strength, as Papyrus wonders how he can keep fighting despite his condition. Buddha parries his attack, and they both land an attack on each other. Kojiro thinks the odds are against Buddha because he has just taken too much damage. Papyrus attacks with his skill, damaging Buddha as he blocks it, but Buddha manages to parry, creating an opening, and he lands a counterattack. Papyrus can't believe his strongest attack was stopped, but we see the gods saying that Buddha won't be able to block the attack again. However, Hades says he just needs to dodge. We see Papyrus launching a barrage of attacks, but it seems Buddha can now dodge. Because of Papyrus's fear, Buddha can now see the flickers of his soul, allowing him to dodge the attacks. Papayas becomes frustrated, unable to land a hit, so he uses his ultimate skill, slicing Buddha in half. Everyone is shocked seeing this, and Papayas thinks he has finally won, but Buddha's body disappears, and he reappears behind him. He lands a decisive blow, slicing Papayas into pieces, as humanity celebrates the victory. Papayas refuses to accept defeat, trying to attack Buddha, but before he can hit him, his soul shatters. Buddha sees Zero's soul smiling at him as he joins the 7 gods of fortune, ascending to the sky, and Buddha says farewell to him. Buddha is announced as the winner of the match, and humanity cheers for him as he leaves the arena. Hilda and Gaul rush to him, celebrating his victory, but he suddenly collapses from his injuries. He receives medical attention, and he reminds Hilda not to be so serious all the time. Meanwhile, the gods realize that the score is even once again, so Zeus says they must win the next match no matter what. Hades volunteers to fight, shocking them all, but he says he will avenge his brother Poseidon. Gaul freaks out as she learns about this, saying there's no human that can defeat Hades. Hilda selects humanity's next hero, saying there's only one man capable of going against the king of the underworld, and she reveals that that person is none other than mankind's first king. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins with a young assassin named Sulo, infiltrating a villa, attempting to steal the dragon's ring. She comes close to the ring, calling the security pathetic, but when she grabs the ring, an emergency alert is sent to the guards, who immediately begin pursuing her. Her partner rushes to her aid and knocks the guards out. They quickly depart the estate and board a ship to discuss their plans. She informs Yun, her lover, that she wishes for the two of them to quit their organization. However, he gets apprehensive and tells her that the only way for someone to leave the organization is through death. He stabs her, but finds out that she switched out the dragon's ring with another that she had prepared for their wedding. She takes the dragon's ring and leaps into the ocean, but the dragon's ring is activated. Elsewhere, we see a man as he fights demonic boars with his lightning attacks. He senses a disturbance in the time-space and heads towards it. At the Low Mansion, a young girl is being tortured by a group of people, and Sue is reincarnated into the girl's body. She is confused at first, but gains the memories of the body. She starts fighting back and quickly gets the upper hand against her opponents. The man arrives and helps knock out her attackers. When he approaches her, she ends up attacking him as well. He gets back up and grabs her, heading straight for the testing palace, where everyone born must pass the spiritual exam. He tells her that she was tested when she was 5 years old, but had 0 spiritual energy. The spirit energy is divided up by the 5 elements and has 7 different levels. She has no affinity with wind, water, or lightning, but her spiritual grade for wood and fire is the highest level. The famous dragon's ring is also discovered in her body as she completes the test. It's a legendary item from when the time-space goddess and the great emperor Ninian fought together against the spiritual beings. And when the emperor died, the goddess sealed his soul into the dragon's ring. Crow-shaped monsters begin to appear as soon as they sense her. The man quickly sends Sue off on his horse while dealing with the monsters. Back at the mansion, Sue's servant girl, Lulu, is overjoyed that she's okay. Sue finds out that she is actually the crown princess. Sue drinks some tea, but it's disgusting, because ever since her spiritual energy was measured to be 0, she has been treated like garbage, especially by her sister Shuxi, who wants to take her position as the crown princess. To Sue's amazement, the little girl discloses the young man's identity to be Prince Jin Wang. He is the world's #1 cultivator of the lightning element. Meanwhile, in the crown prince's palace, he enjoys the company of some beautiful women. But suddenly, one of the girls speaks in a man's voice. The woman transforms into a mysterious figure, and the two plot against Jin Wang. He reports about Jin's visit to the testing palace and notes he was accompanied by Sue. The crown prince visits the Low Mansion, and Sue is brought before the prince. Shuxi appears and accuses Sue of being jealous of her looks and attempting to poison her. Shuxi has also organized the barracks commander to show a fake bounty that he claims was issued by Sue. As they argue, the prince is attacked by an unknown individual, who is eventually revealed to be Mr. Beiqing Ling, master of the Beiqing Palace and chairman of the barracks. He reveals that the barracks commander took a bribe. Ling is well acquainted with the crown prince, and Sue wonders if the prince is gay. Sue's father reprimands her for her behavior in front of the prince and has her detained. Sue awakens in the dungeon to discover Lulu sobbing at the cell door. Lulu tries to pick the lock, but Shuxi appears. She and her servants begin beating up little Lulu. Shuxi tries to whip Sue, but Sue grabs a hold of it, pulling her in and threatening her. Their father appears, and he attacks her, seeing her as nothing more than trash. The prison shakes and Prince Jinwang arrives, smashing the roof open. Seeing Sue in such a state, he becomes angered. Sue's father suddenly switches sides and begins criticizing Shuxi for plotting against Sue. He tries to suck up to Sue, but she calls him shameless, and she decides to cut her ties to the family. Sue is brought to Prince Jinwang's palace. Jin tries to sense the dragon's ring in her body. He explains that the dragon's ring has the power of time-space, but it's suppressing the power of her fire and wood elements. Thinking about how Lulu was beaten, Sue asks the prince to help her unseal her powers. He tries giving her a bunch of different elixirs to help unlock her powers, but no matter how many she eats, it has no effect. When that doesn't work, he goes to look up the manuscripts, and he notices one in the language of the ancient gods, but as he reads the scroll, something dark emerges from the scroll and strikes him. He wakes up and finds his hand is being consumed, but shocks himself with his lightning to keep it contained. Sue goes to find the prince, but finds him unconscious on the floor. She tries to help him, but the prince's eyes turn red and he suddenly snatches her by the neck. Using some glass, Sue cuts the prince and manages to get free, and he soon passes out. A celestial entity in the guise of a lovely lady arrives and looks after his health. Later, Lulu tells her that the heavenly figure is the Yaoqi Palace's master, Liao. Prince Jinwang appears in front of her and apologizes for hurting her. Sue asks if he found a way to unlock her powers, and he tells her that they need the water of spiritual sky, but it is only found in the Crown Prince's palace. So their only option is to steal it, which Sue is confident at doing. Later that night, they sneak into the Crown Prince's palace. In the treasure room, they fall into an illusion, which takes them to a hidden armory, where weapons of every caliber are stored. Jinwang assesses the situation, and notes that their goal is to make it to the next door. It's guarded by thunder clouds, so he uses his own lightning to draw the clouds' attacks away. Sue dashes toward the door, but gets a strange feeling in her head as a strange blade calls out to her. She becomes distracted and rushes for the blade. The clouds return and strike lightning on her, but Sue is able to use the blade as it recognizes her as its master. The two get through the door and make it to the water of spiritual sky. The ground shakes, and Sue is subsequently dragged up into a massive sphere of water. Jin jumps in to save her. Sue begins to drown and Jin kisses her to give her air. The Crown Prince goes to catch them, but when he arrives, the water prison is broken and the two have vanished. The Crown Prince suspects that they were able to escape because of the time-space power. The two were transported back to Jinwang's palace, and they even returned with the alchemy pot. Liao appears, bringing important news about a rare beast hunt occurring in the Sunset Mountains. In the mountains, Liao is excited for their hunt, but Jin disappoints her, telling her to go on ahead while he takes Sue somewhere safe. He sets her down and gives her a pendant in case she gets into trouble. He heads back to Liao. A dragon appears, breathing fire at them, so they combine their energies to fight against it. Meanwhile, Sue discovers a mysterious egg and becomes overjoyed. But the Crown Prince appears behind her. He wants her back, now that he knows she has the power of time-space. He warns her about Jinwang, saying he suffers from a dark energy that will one day consume him, but he used the power of space to suppress it, which he absorbed from his mother, and will do the same to her. The Crown Prince hears the roar of a dragon, and a blast of energy is fired at their location. Sue falls, and when she wakes up, she looks for the egg and finds it hatching. It hatches into a dragon, and it bonds with her, and suddenly her time-space power activates and she falls asleep. When she wakes up, she finds herself in a completely different place. The dragon can speak, and tells her this is a space she created. The dragon explains to Sue that only her soul can enter the space, so her body is still on the outside. The Crown Prince's aide approaches Sue's body, seeing she has unlocked her wood and fire elements, but quickly leaves when he hears another voice. Sue awakens to find a girl saying that Jinwang sent her to look for her. However, when Sue looks the other way, she pulls out a dagger. While she is attempting to kill Sue, her dragon appears and eats the assassin's blade, and even bites off the woman's hand. Sue gets behind the girl and finishes her off. She recognizes the girl as being one of Liao's maids. The Crown Prince wakes up and finds the pendant that Jin had given to Sue. Jin appears and confronts him about Su's whereabouts. Liao begs Jin to rest. Suddenly Su appears and Jin is overjoyed that she is okay. Jin tries to approach her, but she pushes him away. He asks who harmed her, and Su points out Liao's maid. Jin says that they were with him the whole time, and asks Su to believe him, but she thinks he is only interested in her power of time-space. She takes out her dagger to ward him off, but this causes Liao to defend him. But Jin steps in the way and takes the attack to protect Su. We see them back at the palace, and Jin's dark energy is going out of control. He is kept restrained as Ling, and some of the elders try to treat him. Suddenly, a ray of light appears, and Liao materializes in the room, able to calm Jin down. She has not been able to find a cure for Jin, but suggests they need to find Grandmaster Hong Yun, the best potion maker in the land. Su insists on accompanying Liao to find the Grandmaster, saying she can help out, but Liao laughs at her. Despite their differences, they come to an agreement and head off. At the Crown Prince's palace, we learn that he had actually let Jin and Su go. He wants to kill Jin, but the only way to do that is to let his darkness consume him. He would need to kill Su, who is the key to curing his darkness, but the Crown Prince also wanted her time-space powers for himself. His partner calls him too greedy, and the two go their separate ways. Su and Liao travel on their flying horse to the Yunwu mountain, but they find that it's protected by a barrier that disables their powers, so they are forced to climb up, which Liao struggles with. Su takes the lead, and eventually are able to make it to the top. They meet the Grandmaster Hong Yun, and Liao asks for his help. He says he has no interest in their gifts, but tells them if they fight, he will help the winner. Liao creates countless arrows, firing them at Su. Su dodges the arrows, but when some are about to hit her, she manages to block with a barrier of wood. Liao loses sight of Su, and she reappears behind her with her sword to her neck. And Su is declared to be the winner, but the Grandmaster was also impressed by Liao's abilities. He invites her to participate in his event, where he will choose a disciple next month. Liao leaves Jin's care to Su, and she leaves to prepare for the event. The two then get ready to return to treat Jin, and the Grandmaster uses a strange technique that teleports them across the country. Su is shocked how they arrived back at the palace, and the master reveals he used space magic. He tells the others that, in order to treat Jin, he requires a large amount of high-quality crystals to make an elixir. Ling is shocked at the number of crystals needed, and they immediately gather all the crystals that they have, but find that they don't have enough. Ling explains to Su that crystals have different grades based on their color, and that they are found when cutting open stones, so it's all up to luck to get the high-quality crystals. Su's dragon Meng appears, salivating at the thought of eating the crystals. It turns out Meng is able to sense the grade of the crystal without even cutting it open. Su gets an idea and heads to the market. Meng transforms into a dog. They go to the stone guessing market, and Meng picks out all the valuable stones. As Su goes to pay, two strangers suddenly appear in the market and announce that they are buying up all the stones for their grandfather's birthday. They are identified as Hao and Di, the young masters of the Luoya house. Su tries to ignore them, walking away, but the two try to grab her bag. They end up spilling all the stones on the floor and mixing them all up. They are unable to tell who owns which stones, so Su proposes a wager. They each pick 3 stones, and whoever chooses the best gets to keep everything. The siblings pick first, but when Hao grabs a good stone, Ming quickly pees on it to stop him from picking it. When they open up the stones, the siblings have 2 crystals, while Su has 3, so she gets to take all the stones. Su's sister Shuxi appears and tries to convince the siblings to join her in dealing with Su, but they are not interested. Shuxi is then approached by the Crown Prince's ex-partner and claims he wants to be her ally in dealing with Su. Back at the palace, Ling is shocked at the number of crystals Su was able to obtain. Su and Ling are waiting outside, and Hong Yun finishes Jin's treatment. Jin is revealed in a much better state. Su tells him once again that she has repaid her debt to him and tries to leave, but he tells her to stay by his side. But Su is hesitant because when his dark energy goes out of control, he will try to devour her power again. However, the Grandmaster tells her that if she becomes strong enough, Jin will not be able to devour her power, but instead she will be able to cure him. The Grandmaster tells her that if she can learn how to make an elixir in time, he will let her participate in his disciple selection event. A few days later, Su and Jin travel together through the ocean, and they soon arrive at an island that rises out of the sea. It contains countless secret cultivation books that are highly sought after. More ships arrive, and they are soon joined by other people, including Ling, the siblings, and Liao. Once they enter, there are countless doors revealed, but only one leads to the treasure. They all pick different doors to try, and Meng pops out of Su's clothes and jumps on Liao. Liao gets annoyed and leaves to choose a different door, but Meng opens the door, sensing treasure. An enormous fish skeleton emerges from the ground and soon turns into an entrance, and it appears to be the treasure room. After Su finishes choosing her books, they are all transported back to the hallway. Liao is devastated that Su has found the treasure room from her original door, and her brother Tian swears to help her get even. There is an earthquake, and everyone gets split up. Su is transported outside, and is suddenly attacked by ice. Liao's brother Tian intends to kill her and take the books back for his sister. Su's foot gets stuck, and she gets trapped in an ice coffin. There is an explosion, and the ice coffin goes flying into the ocean. When Su wakes up, she finds herself on land, although she is still trapped in ice. Jin finds her, and he tells her to date him for 3 months, and Su reluctantly agrees. Jin uses his lightning to melt the ice. He manages to free Su, but ends up falling unconscious. Su can tell that he was already wounded, but still tried so hard to help her. Su gathers some herbs, but is soon confronted by Tian. Su runs away from him as he continuously attacks. Su is eventually caught and her hands are tied up as they go to find Jin. On their way, she tells him that she needs to pee. She hides behind a rock and quickly summons Meng, who is easily able to bite through the rope. After a while, Tian notices that Su has escaped. Tian creates a massive blizzard to flush her out, and as she tries to avoid his attacks, she falls down a cliff, landing in a strange crimson area. Tian follows after her, but finds that his ice magic doesn't work in the scarlet area. There's a cave, and Su heads deeper into the area. A stone tablet appears, saying that the fire cave can only be sealed if you sacrifice half of your cultivation. Tian doesn't care about the penalty, and seals the cave. Soon, Jin arrives, having recovered from his injury. Jin is furious and knocks him out. Inside the cave, Su passes out from the heat and Meng tries to help her. He takes out her alchemy pot and puts her inside. Su dreams about helping Jin, and Su starts gathering herbs unconsciously. Jin sacrifices his cultivation and reopens the cave. He finds Su unconscious on the floor. She wakes up and is glad to see him. When she opens her hand, she finds 3 pills. Jin tells her that they are pills to help restore one's cultivation. She had unconsciously made them while wanting to help Jin recover. Jin takes one of the pills and is able to restore the cultivation that he sacrificed to open the cave. Su becomes happy that with these pills, she is qualified for the Grandmaster's event. The day of the event arrives, and the Leah siblings plan to expose Su. The Crown Prince acts as the host of the event, and he announces the rules. Every family is allowed to send one person to submit an elixir they have created. If the elixir is of high enough quality, the pot will glow and they will be allowed to participate in the event. Ling casually passes through with his elixir, and Shuxi passes as well. When it's Su's turn, Liao interrupts. They both throw their elixirs in, and the crowd is impressed at Liao's blue glow. However, Su's elixir is rated with a purple glow, the highest possible level. But before Su qualifies, Liao points out that Shuxi is already in the competition, and it's against the rules to have 2 members of a family participating. But suddenly, the siblings' plan to expose Su is put into action, and de-exposes that Su is actually adopted and has no right to participate for her family. This plan backfires and Jin jumps on stage, claiming Su is not breaking any rules. The next round begins, and each participant is given 15 minutes and a chest with random ingredients to create an elixir, and the top 4 will advance to the next round. The Grandmaster judges the level and quality of each elixir. Su is in 5th place and misses out on the next round. However, Ling withdraws, and Su takes his spot. The next event is a deathmatch with no rules. Su is up against Shuxi, and Shuxi quickly gains the upper hand as she hurls her aura towards Su. Jin is confused how Shuxi was able to suddenly get so strong. Shuxi charges up her power, while Su combines her wood and fire elements to create a whip. However, it's not enough to break through Shuxi's attack. Shuxi begins to celebrate, but Su takes out her elixir and eats it. It gives her a surge in power, and Su activates her space magic, destroying Shuxi's magic and purges her dark power. As Jin watches, he spots the shady figure that was helping Shuxi and pulls him in. He is revealed to be a member of the Assassin's clan that has been chasing Jin since he was a boy. As Jin goes to unmask him, the man uses a technique and manages to get away. The final event begins. They are transported into an underground maze, but Liao recognizes where she is. They are in the underground passages beneath her family's palace. They are sent to find a firestone. Mei ends up getting the firestone, which he found hidden in the wall. Liao finds them. She is able to activate the traps in the maze, dropping boulders onto Su. Using her scarf, Liao steals the firestone from Su and drops another boulder on them. Su is confused why she is able to activate the traps, but Liao tells her that the Grandmaster must be helping her to win. Liao returns from the maze, and she hands over the firestone to the Grandmaster. They are interrupted by a woman. She is revealed to be Yan, the Mist Fairy from the demonic clan. She explains that 15 years ago the Grandmaster crippled her eldest disciple and vowed to provide her with a replacement. Liao gets taken, and with her gone, Su is chosen to be the Grandmaster's disciple. The Grandmaster and Su arrive at Yunwa's Peak. He tells her about the place, but Su is not allowed to enter his house. He gives her a book about herbs and tells her she needs to memorize it. Elsewhere, Liao is ready to submit and calls Yan her master, but Yan casts a spell on Liao's face. She says it's a magic that will reveal her true appearance, but Liao is confused. After a month, Su has finally memorized the book. The Grandmaster tests her and pushes her off the cliff. Su focuses and manages to open a portal. The Grandmaster congratulates her, and Su realizes he is teaching her both potion making and space magic at the same time. Su goes to find the Grandmaster, but remembers she is forbidden from entering, but she sees a painting of a woman that moves and Su is too curious. She sees that the woman wields the same weapon as her. Suddenly the Grandmaster appears, startling Su when she accidentally cuts the painting. Su feels terrible and thinks of a way to make it up to her master. She looks in her book to find out what the painting was made of, and finds that it is composed of the leaves from the acacia tree, which can only be found in the forbidden dark forest. Su arrives at the dark forest. As she explores, a girl comes running out, as a golem chases after her. Su fights with the golem, attacking with her fire, but it has little effect. Su opens a portal to retreat, and the girl jumps in with her. The girl thanks Su for saving her and introduces herself as Mei. They soon get attacked by tree roots, but Su gets grabbed by a root from behind and gets dragged away. The roots take Su to the acacia tree, and she begs to have some of its leaves. But the tree forces her to eat its fruit, and Su finds that the acacia tree has grown in her inner space. The woman from the Grandmaster's painting appears, and then we learn that Hong Yun was her disciple. They both vanish, and a tiny baby appears. Su recognizes that these are the memories of the tree, and it begins speaking with her. The tree wants Su to be her master, so he can travel with her using her space. Meanwhile, Mei and Meng find Su, but she is unconscious because she's in her inner space. They get attacked by Liao and her master. Su gets captured, and Mei is defeated, but she manages to send off one of her cranes to get help. When Su wakes up, she finds herself imprisoned by Liao and her master. Liao uses the face-revealing potion on Su, and Yan goes to prepare for the Grandmaster's arrival. A mask forms on Su's face, and Liao enjoys her suffering, but Su taunts her, saying she is hiding her face because she has become ugly. Meanwhile, Jin receives Mei's letter, informing him of Su's condition, and he instantly rushes to find her. Su quietly opens her space, and tree roots begin to spread. The roots burst out and capture Liao, but Liao tells her she will not be able to escape from her master's barrier. Su tells Liao if she can help her escape, she will give her the fruit of the acacia tree, which can heal all wounds and ailments. Liao helps her escape, and Su gives her the fruit, and Yan appears behind them. Yan's magic is too strong, and she overpowers Liao. Su works out the secret behind the barrier. Su creates a magic bell that rings and destroys the barrier, and they all fall down the cliff into the sea. Meanwhile, Jin and Ling arrive in the dark forest. We learn that Mei actually has the same master as Jin. They're not sure where Su was taken, so they decide to split up. Jin arrives at the Twilight Mist and finds the Grandmaster is also looking for Su. The Grandmaster tells Jin to find Su, but warns him that she might not be the same. Su floats on some wood, and a ship passes by. She gets saved, and when she wakes up, a man enters the room. She is shocked, recognizing him as Yun, her lover that betrayed her. He tells her not to be afraid, but Su backs away from him and falls. She looks in the mirror and sees that her face has changed. Yun explains that he is the same person from her past, but this is actually her original world. And Su is left wondering who she really is. We see Mei as she searches for Su. Ling teases her for wearing a cooking pan on her head, but Mei says that it was because of her that Su went missing, and that she won't take it off until they find her. Jin appears and tells them to be serious. He says he has sent out over 100,000 men to look for Su across the kingdom. Ling says he has also recruited 30,000 mercenaries to help them search across the land. They split up to continue their search, and Jin swears to find Su at all costs. Meanwhile, a group of assassins flee as Grandmaster Hong Yun pursues them. They know they are no match for him and ask for a swift death because the assassin clan forbids them from revealing their secrets. However, the Grandmaster reveals a white token and the assassins recognize him as the White Lord. With this, they reveal Su's location, telling him she is with Yun, the prince of the Xijing nation. Back on the ship, Su meets with Yun, and he has prepared some hot pot like they would have in the other world. Su has a flashback to when she and a group of other abandoned kids were adopted to be assassins. Su is feeling down, but Yun cheers her up with some hot pot, and they make a promise to be with each other forever. Yun tries to remind Su of their promise, but Su doesn't trust him because he betrayed her. Yun explains she is originally from this world, and when he stabbed her, he avoided her vital points. It was his last resort to get the dragon's ring to activate so she could return to this world. Su tells him the only reason she is with him is to learn about her identity. They are suddenly alerted, but it turns out to be just the servant. Su heads outside, and Yun follows after her. Su sees a peculiar bird and some ships on the horizon. Yun says the bird has good vision and is commonly used by spies. Suspecting that someone is following them, he instructs his servant Jia to locate the closest port for them. After arriving at the harbor, they establish camp in the woods. Yun tells her he was assigned to be her friend on Earth, and his father knows her true origins, including her parents. Yun tries to distract her with the sunset, but Su tells him that their time has passed, so he should stop trying to win her over. Later that night, Su sneaks out, but gets caught by Jia. Su says she was just going to the bathroom, but Jia insists on accompanying her, but it seems they are being watched. Su sends out the acacia tree and heads back with Jia. Meanwhile, the acacia tree grows and catches the spies that were following them. They turn out to be the men that Jin sent out to find Su. The tree delivers a message from Su to the Grandmaster, saying she can fix his painting and apologizes for being unable to return. The men realize that they have found Su, and they quickly send word to her friends. The next day, on their way to meet Yun's father, they are suddenly attacked by paper cranes. Ling and Mei appear before Su, but they don't recognize her, and quickly apologize and leave. Suddenly lightning strikes, and Jin appears. He embraces her, glad to have finally found her. But when he sees her face, he becomes apprehensive, grabbing her with his lightning and questioning who she is. Things look bad for Su, but Meng breaks things up, leaping into Su's arms and returning to her inner space. When Jin notices this, he remembers the Grandmaster's warning that she might not be the same when he found her. Realizing she is Su, he tells her how much he missed her, but Yun comes and takes her other hand, and the two begin to fight over Su. In the end, Su breaks up the fight, and Jin asks why she stayed with Yun instead of coming back to him, and she tells him Yun has answers about her true identity. Jin demands to join her, and Yun has no choice but to allow them. They have a break for hot pot, and Yun brings up stories from his past with Su. Jin gets jealous, and they fight again, this time over giving Su food. Meanwhile, in the Hell City, Jin's master meets with his other disciple Sean. They are plotting to help Jin claim the throne, but the master scolds Sean for failing his mission. As he exits the room, he notices Liao walking into the master's room with a veil covering her face. Afterward, Sean confronts Liao, asking why she is wearing a veil. She explains her face was scarred, and he wants to help her get justice, but Liao says it doesn't matter, and Sean is surprised how mature she has become. Liao takes her leave, but as she does, the Grandmaster passes by, and she wonders if he was also there to see her master. Meanwhile, we meet the Emperor as he chastises the Crown Prince. They have a disagreement over the prince's wife, as the Emperor doesn't give his blessing for their union. As the Crown Prince leaves the palace, he knows he is being followed, as a paper talisman reveals itself. Su and the group climb through a snowy mountain to get to the Xijing capital. Jin appears to struggle with some kind of condition, but hides it from the others. They are suddenly attacked by a pack of beasts, and they prove to be quite a challenge. Jin is able to fend them off, but becomes affected by his condition. The group gets split up, with Yin leading Su away. But Su turns back to help her friends. She covers herself in the holy water, and attracts all the beasts towards her. As they jump on her, she teleports away. She leads them off a cliff, grabbing onto the acacia tree, and the beasts fall into the water. There is one beast left, and Jin saves her just in time, but ends up falling unconscious. Su kisses him and brings him into her space, which helps to improve his condition. Su swears she will cure him when she gets stronger. When they return from the inner space, Su checks on Jia, but ends up binding her with the acacia's branches, saying she knows what she did. Jia had put a special spice into their meal, which attracts the normally peaceful snow beasts. She says she wanted to help Yun by splitting Su away from Jin. When Jin is ready to attack her, Yun comes to her aid and defends her. Su lets it go, but warns him not to mess with her friends. As soon as everyone continues forward, Jia thanks Yun for keeping her safe, but she is suspicious and casts a spell on him to make him weak. Later, as they arrive at the Shijin Palace, they find it to be dark inside. Jin detects 50 people in the shadows, but suddenly there are fireworks, and the King Ouyang appears. There is a whole production, as he sings a song to welcome Su, and says it's been over a decade since he saw her. He tells her to call him uncle, as he is friends with her mother. Su asks how he knows her mother, and the king goes into another song. When the king was young, he escaped the palace to explore the world, but ended up broke and alone. That's when he met Su's mother, who fed him and helped him get back to his country. When he became king, he swore to help her in any way. The last time he saw her, she brought Su, and told him she has too many enemies, so she asked him to use the dragon's ring to send Su to Earth, where she would be safe. He then sent his own son as well, with the instruction to stab her when the time is right. Jin is confused why she had to be stabbed, and Yin tells him that the dragon's ring reacts to anger, and getting stabbed by her lover could achieve this. Ling asks the king if he knows where Su's mother is, but he says he has no idea. However, the king tells Su her mother's have a final request. It was for him to help her find a blood ginseng, which when eaten, will let Su inherit her mother's legacy. But unfortunately the king has had no luck finding it, and her friends have no idea either. Hearing all this, Su wants some time to think things over, and Yin tells her he has especially prepared her room. When Su checks out the room, she finds it filled with things from her past. There is a lipstick that reminds her of when Yin gave her one as a gift in the past. But now she throws it away, and Ming thinks it's food and has a bite, but is quickly disappointed. Su wants to check her herb book to look up the blood ginseng, but Ming reminds her that she threw it away. Su has no choice but to write out the contents of the book which she has memorized. Meanwhile, Jin tells Ling to find information on the blood ginseng, and he departs to contact his mercenaries. On the other hand, Mei gets drunk and continuously requests more drinks. The staff informs her they are low on wine, so she goes off to look for more on her own. As she stumbles around, she encounters the king, Yun, and Jia, who look to be engaged in planning. The king tells her he will send more wine to her room, but as she leaves, Mei secretly sends a paper crane to find out what they are discussing. Su successfully recalls the properties of the blood ginseng, which seems to provide massive benefits for space sorcerers. Suddenly, a figure enters the room through the window, and Su finds that it was just Jin. He laughs at her messy appearance and gives her a change of clothes. Jin is dazzled by her new outfit and tells her to forget about Yun. They are about to kiss, but Mei and Ling interrupt, saying they have news to report. But Jin gets mad and zaps them. For ruining his moment with Su, he punishes them, forcing Ling to hold Mei up without touching the ground. Ling goes on to report that the blood ginseng is one of the treasures being offered this year by the Muxian Mansion. He then tells them that in ancient times, a man called Mr. Mu found a mystical land where rare plants and treasures would grow. He established his house there, but would often get attacked by people looking for treasures. So in the end he signed a peace pact to open up his house once a year and bring out 100 treasures for people to find and compete for. Mei goes on to report what she heard. Jia complains to the king about Yun, almost letting her get killed by Jin, and she threatens to cast her spell on him once more. The king says that they are both at fault, and reminds them that they are working on a task that has the potential to change the world, warning them to do their jobs correctly or they will both be replaced. Suddenly, Yun jumps into the room and gets immediately restrained by Jin and Su. He has come to tell Su the truth. He says that his father did actually know her mother, but wasn't telling the whole truth. He warns them about Jia, saying she is not just a normal servant. He says that they should go after the blood ginseng, but Jin refuses to let him come along. However, Yun reasons that if they don't take him and Jia, the king will be suspicious and send people to secretly follow them. Instead of being secretly followed, Su agrees to bring them along, despite Jin's protest. The next day, the king sees them off, and they head to Muxian Mansion. Ling wonders why they don't just fly there, but Yin tells him they must save as much strength as possible so they can face the traps and obstacles at the mansion. As they travel, a giant boulder comes falling down. Jin uses his lightning to destroy it, but it bursts and creates an odd fog. It's a strange poison, but the acacia tree saves Su with its fruit. Su gets caught and pulled away. She finds Liao and wonders if she is working with Yun and Jia, but Liao says she is there to ask for another acacia fruit. Most of her scars were healed, but there is still one that remains. Liao is willing to give anything for another fruit, but Su remembers how she tried to kill her and turns her down. She gives the fruit to cure her friends, and they continue on their way. The group makes it to the entrance of the Muxian Mansion, but the entrance appears to be blocked. Ling tries to break through with force, but it doesn't work. Ming appears, sensing treasure, and drags Su in. The others see that weapons are prohibited, and they quickly follow after Su. Inside, Ming is also gone, because his ability to find treasure is not allowed. It's complete chaos inside the mansion, as people find and chase after treasures. The Liu siblings are among the people fighting for the treasures. Suddenly, a masked man appears, declaring he has obtained the blood ginseng and quickly makes a run for it. Hearing this, Jin tells the group to chase the man. The group chases after him, and Su uses her space magic to get ahead. She tries to catch him with the acacia tree, but he dodges and dashes across the water. Liao appears before the man, offering to catch him in exchange for an acacia fruit, and Su comes from behind. But the man slips away, and Su ends up in an awkward situation with Liao. The man leads them to a crimson field and disappears. As the others investigate, they are also transported away. They find themselves transported to a mysterious forest. Jin and Su notice something strange and realize that they are surrounded by demon eye trees. The demon eyes surround them and attack, wanting to drain their spirit power. The group easily fights them off, but there seem to be just too many. Eventually, some of the eyes latch onto Su and absorb her power. Su becomes weakened, and a swarm of eyes attacks her. However, she gets saved by Liao, and she requests an acacia fruit for saving her. Su wonders why her appearance is so important, but ends up giving her the fruit, and Liao quickly leaves. The mysterious man appears again, and as the group tries to catch him, he sinks into the water. Everyone falls in after him, and they are transported once again. This time they arrive at a misty bridge. They are unsure if they should cross, but Jia volunteers to go first. Su sends the acacia tree after her just in case, and as Jia crosses the bridge, a chain suddenly grabs her. Despite the acacia tree grabbing her, its branch gets broken. The group crosses the bridge and sees that Jia is fine. They find themselves at the inner part of the mansion, where all the best treasures are hidden and where the owner of the mansion lives. When they head inside, they find it filled with treasures. They get another glimpse of the man, but when they follow him, they just find a dead end. Meanwhile, the mysterious man reveals himself to be the crown prince, and he joins his wife, Yua, the owner of the mansion. She asks what he has been up to, and the crown prince says he was just watching the people fight over the treasures. But Yua reveals she has been watching him through her magic mirror, and gets angry that he led a group of people through the secret teleportation points, and led them to the inner area. The crown prince says he knows she gets lonely because people rarely make it to the inner area, so he brought some random people to entertain her. Hearing this, Yua thinks he is so thoughtful and apologizes for getting mad at him. But suddenly they hear Jin and Yun talking about Su in the mirror, and Yua realizes that the crown prince is helping his ex-fiancée. Yua becomes outraged, thinking the crown prince must still love Su, so she hits a red button. The room begins to shake, and the group gets transported, and they are each imprisoned in a barrier. Jin tries to use his lightning to break free, but it's no use. Su tries to use her space magic to escape, but that also doesn't work. Yun tells them that the barrier is made from a special jade that blocks most magic. Suddenly, a swarm of demon eyes appears in each space. They are more advanced than the ones they faced in the forest, with the ability to change forms and adapt. Jin fights a serpent, which he destroyed, but it reforms into a man. Things are looking bad, as everyone struggles against the demon eyes. Just as things are about to get ugly, the demon eyes disappear. A giant disco ball drops down, and Yua makes her entrance. She introduces herself to them as the 186th head of the Mu family. The crown prince is also revealed. Since he brought them all here for her entertainment, she decides to have some fun. She decides to start with Su, and brings her to the front. To make things fair, she restores Su's strength. She challenges her to a fight. If Su can defeat her before the incense burns out, she will let them all go and even give her the blood ginseng. But if Su loses, all her friends will be killed. The incense is lit and the fight begins. Su starts off by attacking with her fire, but Yua dodges, and there is a flash of light. Yua can also use fire and throws it back at Su. Su uses her space magic and attacks Yua from behind, but there is another flash of light, and Yua can also use space magic. Yua teleports all around Su, toying with her, and knocks her to the ground. Su wonders how Yua is able to use space magic, and Yua reveals that her disco ball has the ability to copy all attacks for her to use. The incense is burning out, and the Crown Prince panics. He looks over to Jia, who he knows is a part of the assassin clan, but she is powerless. Yua notices the Crown Prince's odd movements, and thinks he is being seduced by Su. Yua becomes enraged and decides to kill all Su's friends. They are all stabbed, and Su is devastated. Yua whips Su, and she crawls over to Jin. They share a moment, but Yua breaks it up as she finishes Jin off and continues to whip Su. Su falls unconscious and enters her inner space. She is then told by the acacia tree that there is a way to win. Su is demoralized, but the tree tells her that Liao planted a seed from the fruit she gave her, so he has an extra branch outside that they can use as their secret weapon. The acacia tree erupts from the ground, and it has also found the blood ginseng. Yua is shocked the ginseng was found, and outside it seems like blood begins to rain down. Yua demands the ginseng back, attacking Su with her different treasures, but Su manages to block or avoid all the attacks. She approaches the blood ginseng, but Yua reveals Jin is still alive, taking him hostage. The Crown Prince tells her to choose the blood ginseng, and Jin tells her that he trusts her. Su chooses the blood ginseng, and Yua finishes Jin off. Su begins to create a concoction in her alchemy pot. While Yua tries to stop her, we learn that the blood ginseng will give a space sorcerer the power to go back in time. Su descends into her pot and emerges with her powers awakened. She goes back in time to a few moments earlier and stops Yua, stabbing her with the acacia tree. Yua's blood floats in the air, forming a sword, and enters into Su's mind. After that, Su sees the Crown Prince sneaking away and confronts him. The prince says he was working undercover to help her. He says he worked with King Ouyang, Yun, and the assassin clan. They told him to seduce Yua and convince her to put up the blood ginseng as a prize. He swears he had no ill intentions, and Su suddenly disappears. Su moves back in time, unable to control the power. She watches the events of the previous day, but is unable to interact with anyone. She tries getting Jin's attention, but she gets pulled by an unknown force. But she manages to push through, summoning a blood drop that flies into her body. Su awakens in the body, and is glad to see Jin is alive. She locks the door, predicting Ling and Mei's arrival. Jin is shocked at how Su knew they would be there. Su then tells Jin about the catastrophe at the Mushin mansion, where she witnessed all of her friends dying in front of her and was unable to prevent it. But Jin tells her that since they are all alive and healthy, she saved everyone, which relieves her. Su is about to warn him about King Ouyang's connection to the assassin clan, but she suddenly freezes up. Yun shows up while Ling and Mei are bickering outside, and Jin suddenly comes out holding Su. He asks Yun for help, and he is taken to a healing spring. The king also arrives, and immediately notices the mark of the blood ginseng on Su's head. The king is delighted seeing this, and acts distressed by Su's condition. The king says that he has brought his nation's best healers to help, and asks Jin to leave Su in his care, but Jin insists on staying by her side. The king's attendants appear suspicious, and they are surrounded by a darkness that tries to provoke Jin's dark power. Ling watches from a distance, and we learn that Jin predicted this. Jin is playing along while they find a way to escape. Ling keeps watch, while Mei rushes to get help from Hell City. Mei rushes into town to pass on the message to the Hell City spies, but finds them all dead. She runs into a woman she recognizes as the Third Elder, who tells her that their spy network within the Shijin nation has been destroyed. It's impossible to get a message out to Hell City, and the woman is revealed to be a traitor, and Mei engages her in a fight. Meanwhile, back at the spring, Jin hears voices telling him to consume Su's power. His dark power begins to manifest, and he struggles to control himself. The king joins in, and uses his magic to compel Jin to attack Su. But Su blocks the attack with her magic that activates. As Yun and Jia watch, Jia calls Jin foolish, revealing she saw through his plan. She caught Ling hiding in the trees, and was the one who took out the Hell City spies. Jia mocks Yun about falling in love with Su. Although he was only meant to pretend, Jia can tell that he fell in love for real. Yoon says he has no regrets, but Jia reveals that once Jin absorbs Su, they will reset the universe, Su will be gone, and only she will remain. The ritual continues, as a circle appears and the water begins to rise. But things are put to a stop, as the Grandmaster appears. The king is shocked to see him, and the Grandmaster blows everyone away. The king's attendants all flee, and the Grandmaster reveals Ling and Mei, who thank him for saving their lives. The Grandmaster confronts the king, who tries to fight him but is no match. He even throws his son at him, but the Grandmaster gets a hold of him. He comments on how the king was able to so easily sacrifice his son, but the king reasons that if they achieve their goal, his son won't remember when they reset the universe and bring back Han Yun's master. But the Grandmaster says, despite wanting his master back, he knows that would be against her wishes. He continues to choke the king, but the king says that the Grandmaster is the White Lord of the Assassin clan and is forbidden from killing. Although he can't kill, the Grandmaster teleports to the north and leaves the king on a battlefield. The Grandmaster returns and admits his connection to the Assassin clan, but it's more complicated than they think. Both Ling and Mei decide to trust him after he just saved both their lives. He starts healing Jin, which confuses Ling why he isn't saving his disciple, but the Grandmaster explains that he can see that Su already obtained the blood ginseng and turned back time once. It has its risks and her condition is beyond his healing. Ling asks what the king wanted with them, and the Grandmaster explains that they wanted to combine Jin's dark blood and Su's blood space powers to create a dark space-time array, which would let them control the power to reverse time and change history. Jin wakes up and says he will do anything to save Su. The Grandmaster says that to save Su, they must go back to the Muxian mansion. The next day, Liao is waiting in the mountains, but the group comes flying right past her. At the Muxian mansion, the Crown Prince is luring people with the blood ginseng, but the group zooms right past him. He is left with the other treasure hunters and quickly makes a run for it. The group swiftly makes it through all the teleportation points and makes it to the inner area. As they arrive, Mei notices Yua, who seems to have a different appearance. Yua is startled and drops her food, but Mei catches it. Yua is grateful.